Good morning, guys. Let's do a check app if we get going. Hello, audio. Hello, audio. Fantastic. That'll do. Right. Look where we were. So last night my brain melted. I got really carried away yesterday. I got really carried away yesterday with some things I didn't need to do. Left the thing I did need to do. And made a small change, thinking this will not be that big a deal. It did not play nice with I'd already set up. In order to fix it, I think I would need a lot of the changes that I would planned, like in the necessarily planned. So I banged my head on a wall for a long time in play, and that doesn't work. Don't shoot. What I did eventually after I stopped is I spent some time templates and having a back and forth with AI, and eventually came to got a couple of different samples I think I can adapt to the system I am using. Essentially, I sort of looked at building. This is the way I handle a lot of the technical problems when is go build a isolated MV works in isolation in its simplest form, then integrate that into your. So, going to do that essentially. When I say we're going to do, what I really mean is we're going to kind of integrate that into kind of just integrate one of the samples I've got into the complex one I've got now, but I've got a reference to go from. So first thing is essentially warning the player and what is a player on the network. In my case, it's the couch because think of it as a seat, but I've called it couch because I expect you to be able to play couch co-op with this. A network player could potentially. Going to go down sort of a checklist of things that. So first off, we need player prefab. I'm going to add some regions for this, just to tidy it up a bit. List player avatars. That's not used. That's not used. That's not used. See, I'm usually very hard against leaving things partly complete. And this is just riddled. I've kind of broke my own standard and created a load of problems, which entirely because I broke my own standard. I'm going to put that inside variables. These are static, so I'm going to leave those where they are. Region big. Even though there's not a lot in these, I'm taking the time to put them into regions because I wanted to take a moment to just sort these. Because they was kind of mixed into each other. region. Right, so that's that sort. So I need a prefab. Got the prefab. I need a spawn position. I'm going to get that from the pedestal. We need a server side reference to the spawned avatars. It's going to be this. This is what I was not using. I'm going to, rather than over-complexing it, over-complicating it, player spawned avatar. And I'm going to comment this one out. I'm leaving it in because I'm putting a to-do switch from single avatar spawn to multiple. Okay, so I need a reference to the spawn avatar, and that's not going to be the player. That's going to be the network object, right? So the next thing is we need a function to select the avatar by index. All MO for these. Wow, look at the white space on this. I am usually very obsessive about cleaning this up as well, so it kind of shows the state I was in last night. Right. So I don't have a function for here. We've got the spawn avatar. Probably going to repurpose that. I'm just going to have a quick look. Spawn avatar. And we want that to be all that should provide, I think, is the UI index, because that is the rest of the information we can derive. And we should derive it rather than passing loads of data down the chain. We shouldn't, like, this is unnecessary data. We'll just derive it at the spawn point. So we do select avatar. So spawn the avatar. Let's make this clear. Called by local UI. And we're going to want this if not is owner return. We're going to do that. So potentially there can be more than one couch, right? So what we don't want is any signal being sent by the other network ones to ever get muddied up. There should only be one that ever sends the signal to spawn. That then gets sent to the server. And then the server will send it out to everywhere else, right? We will ignore any potential call to this from right. And we're always an owner of at least one couch because these are network spawned. These have an owner by default. So then we're going to have quest control. The next step, I'm gonna skip the RPC for the moment. This is nonsense. We can get rid of in a minute, but start game. We'll come back to that. Right. So public void request control. Now, eventually, I'm going to have to expand this. I'm going to put the to do now. expand to allow control of multiple avatars per couch. So at the moment, I don't need to I don't need to send it any information, but I will need to maybe later. We'll come back to that. And again, we're going to do if is owner. So if not, is owner return. Then we're going to grant control RC. And that's what I was essentially trying to do with this, but did in a really like messed up way. I'm going to change the order of this slightly because I don't like that. We'll minimize that. We're going to come back to it. Actually, I'll keep it in the order it was in, because then I can group local methods and remote methods. That sounds like it makes sense to me. So request control. I'm going to put a grant control RPC in for the moment. Grant, just to silence the error. So void grant control RPC. I'm going to come back to that in a second. I just wanted it to silence the error. So the first one is the actual spawn. Need to know which avatar we're going to spawn. In our case, at the moment, there will be multiple, but for now, we'll ignore. We'll just pretend there's one. I'm not. Let's not add functionality for later. Let's get it. And what I'm going to need, and this is something I was missing. I'm actually not going to need any of this because we can derive it all internally. I need the index still. I still need to pass the index. So I got the spawn avatar. I'm trying to not delete things that will just break everything. But let's do it, because rather than bouncing back and forth, let's break everything. This is what version control is for, guys. This is what version control is for. So that's going to do pass the player index. Everything else we rely on deriving. Right, so we get the player index. And we also need a default object. So we want RPC params. RP params equals default. This is something I was missing that allowed the. So like yesterday when I got it kind of working, the server, the host was able to control both characters. That's because they were spawning as the host and the server in the setup I've got, they're the same. But the host is the server. We're just using relay server. So when they get spawned by the server, their owner ID is the same as the host. And this is also kind of I was passing the sender ID. That's a really bad idea to trust that. Sender ID equals RPC param dot receive dot sender client ID. So what this essentially just gets the hard coded sender ID, and we ignore the number that the client sends. Never. I'm putting this in as a reminder to myself. Never trust the client to provide an ID. And in theory, I think you could probably, when this object is constructed on the client, you could probably like change that. But it's going to be a lot harder to like read and change an integer in memory sorry, it's going to be a lot easier to read and change it. It's just an integer in memory or a ulong, than it is to change an entire data struct. Like this object won't exist, I don't think, until it's actually sent. So you can't like scan memory for the. So it's going to be a lot harder to scan memory for what the current ID is, or what this current variable is. You kind of just, if you're just supplying an integer, go in and just override that. I'm not going to even go into explaining what I mean. That's horribly explained, but fun. Right. So we need to check that request comes from client that owns the. So if sender ID equals owner client ID, sorry, is not equal to. So essentially, if inside any particular seat we are trying to we're getting mixed up between players for whatever reason, whether that be somebody doing it maliciously or bad code, but we'll protect against. Now the next thing, avatar index less than 0. I'm not using an index. I'm gonna do if player player UI index less than 0, return. It's just occurred to me to on the demo before it's set. If I default this to -1, there and there, that creates me an extra check. It needs to be manually set every time, and I've just left it at 0, and that's kind of error prone because you might just forget and leave it at 0. So 1 avatar per seat at the moment. If spawned avatar not null. Right, so we've added this spawned avatar. So if spawned avatar is not equal to null, and spawned avatar dot is spawned, return. So this is because we could have instantiated it but not spawned it yet. So do this prevent us adding a second player on the same couch. We work for couch co-op. Okay. Avatar person game object. Now we go to instantiate it. This is where we I'm gonna game object new avatar tools in instantiate spawned avatar. Now we do need not spawned avatar, it's default avatar. Later we will set up something to allow to select between different avatars, but we'll come back to that later. Right. Can I visit convert from player. We'll leave that as player for the moment. Right, we do need a transform position. And so I left this out because I can create a little helper script that returns vector. No, it returns transform. Get spawn transform from pedestal. That's going to take an int. Player. No, it's a player avatar demo. Or would it's what did I call it before? Hang on. Player UI index. We'll just call it player UI index. Player UI index, right? Get spawn transform from pedestal. So we're going to do player avatar demo. Actually, we're going to make this full. We're going to make it try. We're going to make out transform found transform. I don't want to call it just transform because that will conflict with, like, it'll overlap. So we're going to make avatar demo array all p all p a all player avatar demos equals find objects of type player avatar demo for each player avatar demo player at PAD in all player avatar demos. And what we're going to do here is we're going to do found. So we do if. Oh, we're also going to do transform to found transform equals null. So if add dot player UI index is equal to player UI index, we're going to set found transform equals add dot avatar spawn, and I haven't made that public, so I'm going to do public transform avatar spawn is avatar spawn player couch add dot avatar spawn. Right, and then break because we're only going to do it once. Now this is going to return it can potentially return null, which is why I'm swapping it into bool test false. This is why I'm changing it into a try, and we'll return success. And I'm going to do success true. Right, so it will return false. If it finds the if it does find a transform, it will return true. Right, so up here where we're going to actually spawn it, so try if not, try get transform from pedestal, player ID, player UI index, and we're going to do out transform target spawn, and we're going to do return. So if that fails and it doesn't find anything, it's just going to return. And then after that, we can go target spawn dot position and target spawn dot rotation. Beautiful. Okay. Now, the sample I found, I think, is missing. Like, you see this here? If spawned avatar is not null, so we've got a reference to it, and it's spawned return, there is the situation potentially where it's spawned avatar has been set, but is spawned is false. Now, the way this and the sample I've got like progress, in that case, we would spawn another one. But part of me wants to do. I need to make sure we actually clean things up. So the question is, do we want to delete the spawned avatar and create a new one? Or do we want to skip the instantiate and just take ownership of the existing one? I think we'll do that. You know what? I think it's safer to. So if spawned avatar is not equal to null, and this would be it's not null, but it's also not spawned. We're going to do destroy spawned avatar. Then we're going to create a new one and set the reference back. Right, and I actually don't need to save it. We're just going to create it there. No, we're not. That needs to be the network object. Spawn avatar equals, so spawned avatar equals new avatar dot get component network object. Right, spawned avatar. I'm just bit from the sample I'm looking at because it's boilerplate. Essentially, if it's null, that means whatever prefab we've supplied doesn't have a network object on it. So we're going to log the error and then we're going to destroy it. Well, that's interesting. That would be null. If spawn avatar is null, destroy null. That's the wrong one. I want to destroy the newly spawned one. Right? I want to destroy the newly avatar control gate. Right. So then we get into a discussion of like there needs to be a control gate on the actual player like a flag that disables it. Now, I actually think that like a kind of integrated part of this already player, and part of me thinks maybe I'm overcomplicating it. It would be overcomplicating it, making it separate. But we'll come back to that. Come back to that. Essentially, so we want avatar control gate. This is essentially, actually, let's have a quick look at what we've got on player to gate that. I meant to put I think I put an owner ID on this. Or I meant to. I didn't. So there's nothing on there at all. At the moment, it probably is overkill to make a separate control gate, but I'm going to do it because later. So later, what I'm going to do is where I've just remembered where the setting is. Just remember where the setting is. Later, what I'm going to do is getting a compiler error. Overload. Yeah, I'm going to have to finish writing this before. I don't think it's with avatar control. That'll do. So avatar control gate. I'll want to put basically instead of this is useful because it sort of abstracts the like all the a player doesn't need to know about like the network state anymore. All it needs to know is check my local control gate. Am I allowed to function and who owns me? Like, especially got local players. If you haven't got local players, you just cannot function. So I'm going to put that on. That will, while I'm thinking about it, we will go to tabs, players, base player prefab, avatar. Actually, so we'll do that in a minute. So player avatar demo. Carry on going through. So where was I? Player couch. All demo. That's not right. So avatar control gate. We're going to if game if new avatar dot get component avatar control gate equals null. Copy the boilerplate from here and we'll rewrite that there. Okay. Spawn avatar control gate button. Spawn normally without giving client ownership yet. When the avatar exists in the network layer. Right, so this is a critical point. This is something I was struggling with. I'm going to put the full note in. Not mean to copy all of that. That'll do. So what this does, this network spawns. Our control gate should block access. And we're not, so for a client, nobody has control because they've not been made the owner. But for the host, they will have control of everyone because they're spawned by the server. But with the control gate on every player, we can check that control gate, and then everyone's like, every character will just do nothing. We'll implement that in a second. So let's get down to the rewriting the RPC. So grant control RPC. This also wants the default RPC parameters. We want to check the sender ID just like we did before. So we're going to want to take that. So ulong sender ID, sender client ID. Then we've got sender ID is not equal to owner ID. Now, additionally, we want avatar. Oh, hang on. Spawned avatar equal null or not spawned avatar dot is spawned. Return. So basically, if we don't have one that we're trying to take control of, do nothing. I think I should grant control RP. Probably also back to that because it doesn't need to because we only have one spawned avatar, right? We only allow control of one spawned avatar. This is one we'll have to change with an ID number when we're allowing 2 clients per couch. So control gate. So avatar control gate. Avatar ACG equals. I'm actually going to call that control gate equals spawned avatar dot get component autocomplete. It's work today. And then check if that's null. Maybe I should have done that as a try get component. But fine. If control gate equals null, return. And after that, grant ownership of the avatar. This is finally where we get control. That doesn't happen. This is running on the server at the moment. I need to think about that in a back to that. So spawned avatar dot change ownership sender ID. And next we need to actually implement something for the avatar control gate. So for control granted equals true. We public ball control granted or granted, and we want a public void set control granted ball is granted. We do control granted is granted. There we go. So on our player couch now, after we change the ownership, and then we do control gate dot set control granted true. I'm going to have to change one of those to a network variable in a minute. Back to that. Right, we want an on network public override void on net void. Damn it, my fingers today. On network despawn. If not is server return. And then if spawned avatar not equal to null and hang on and stop it autocomplete. If it's not null and spawned avatar dot is spawned. How we want spawned avatar dot despawn. Okay. That, I think, is actually what we need. I just need to clean up a lot of the other scripts to match now. Don't need that response. That was the thing I was writing last night and I got partway through. Start game, public void start game isn't going to call start game RPC. It's going to call we'll come back to that. I think it is gonna. We do want to do start game RPC, but press control as well. Essentially, I've got an extra step from most of the that I was looking at. Network game. Blah. Blah. Oh, right. Avatar control gate. Here's where we get into the actual folder. Now, this is something in this is actually something I don't get from the template that I looked up, asking to specify the controller, and I'm not really specifying that yet. Right, but let's go through what we've got here. So we've got, first things first, we've got a serialized mono behavior, input controller. Then we're going to want a private only network variable bool. This is where we get in a bit. I was getting a little ahead of myself there. So bool control granted. Going to predefine this. We can't predefine it to true. We're going to predefine it to a new. Going to be false. Network variable dot read mission dot everyone. Network variable dot write permission dot server. Right, so only the server can change this, but everybody can read it. Sample's got the old format. That's fine. So control granted dot value, control granted dot value. So we're going to want awake. If input controller not equal to null, in not null, input controller dot enabled equals false. I think I've just twigged why that was. I think that's only serialized in the sample I was looking at for debugging purposes. Because if it's not null, disable it. That's fine. Just doesn't exist. We can set it later. That's fine. Right. So void update. That void update network behavior. Void update if not is warned or input controller null turn full should have put equals is owner and control granted dot value, right? So we need to know they're both the owner and control has been granted. Then we're if input controller dot enabled is not equal to should have input, input controller dot enabled equal should have input. Basically, if it's changed, clear it. Right, so set control granted. We want to do if not is server return. We only want to be changing the control from the server. So we want to drag the input controller. Actually, add a we'll call it avatar. Not going to show up until I've cleared all the errors. Okay. Play a couch. Right, okay. I'm going to open a notepad. Add player AC player prefab. I don't forget that. Right. select avatar, get local. Right, let's go to my UI. Player select UI. This is a mono behavior. Right, this is where we've got our critical bit at the moment. And that does set pedestal owner. I think we actually probably want to change a lot of this. For a start, because it's a UI. This is one I'm going to have to change a lot because it doesn't match the template. Get local seat player, don't get components seat player, dot request control. So that is essentially what is in the other one is. Okay. This is terrible wording. It occurs to me. Possess player, because it's not possess player. It's spawn player on pedestal. And what that needs to do is if player avatar demo is null, return. That's fine. If the client ID is not equal to, I actually don't care about the client ID anymore because we're not fetching that. Network manager dot sync network object, player object equals. Okay, here's a bit in the template where it's showing me there is a better way to private player couch. It doesn't exactly match what I've got. Get local couch. Give nothing. And we're going to do network manager nm equals network manager dot singleton. If nm is null, we can accept that bit, but we also want to add an or not nm dot is client. We're also, and then we're going to do network object player object. Get my right player object equals nm dot local client dot player object. So I tried to create like a hacky sort of instance tracking, but the network manager already keeps a reference to that, so we can just get that from there. That's fine. If player object equals null, turn null. Right, so if player object equals null, return null. Then we're going to go into turn player object dot get component player couch. Right, so get local couch. So we can remove this, or at least the player.instance, which actually saves us some complexity in player couch later. So we do get local couch and then dot pedestal set pedestal. We're not actually going to set pedestal owner at that. We're going to not press control. We're going to spawn the avatar. So that's our first step. When we click possess, we want to spawn the avatar. Spawn avatar. And we are going to pass it the UI index. Okay. I'm also going to need actually to pass the player config at some point. This is currently only happening locally, but we can worry about that later. Now, we actually don't want to possess player anymore. Because possess player in the player avatar demo create player avatar I feel like I can probably just skip to that. Create player avatar. I think, just delete that because we're now spawning it by the couch itself. The only thing we're not doing is the managing of player config, but we can put that back in afterwards. So essentially this is, well, that has 0 references. That has 1 reference from the bit I'm about to delete. All this does is spawn the avatar, which we're already doing in player couch. So request spawn RPC. I'm thinking couch does need, but the avatar does need a reference to the new. It needs a reference to its specific avatar because it's a signaling hub for some of the UI stuff that changes the color on the avatar. So let me think about this a minute. Where's my best place? If I'm press spawn avatar, do I create a network variable on the avatar? And then I can just set it network variable player demo avatar equals new null network variable read permission dot everyone network variable write permission dot server. Right, I'll delete that. Demo avatar dot value. Demo avatar dot value. Demo avatar create play. Right, that's a nonsense script that I was putting in last night. That don't need it. We don't need demo avatar. Where's the color change? Update color. If demo avatar equals null, dot value equals null. Place those. Dot value. Right, so making it a network variable is it will get once I'll now only have to update it on the server. So play UI index. Try get transform from pedestal. So I'm already getting the player avatar demo. Do I just pass this out as well? Or do I pass in? I get the transform first. We'll pass it out. We'll pass it out. So we'll do out layer avatar demo. Selected pedestal. We do selected pedestal equals pad. Why are we angry? Oh yeah, so selected pedestal equals null. So we're also going to do out play avatar demo. This only runs on the server anyway, so we'll do selected pedestal. So we instantiate it. Once we've instantiated it, we're going to set do the network object after that. Selected pedestal dot demo. Need a set player avatar, possess player. Do set demo avatar. Public void set demo avatar. We want player new player, and we'll do demo avatar new player. I should rename those. New avatar. Oh, we need to assign it to dot value. Player couch. So selected pedestal dot set demo avatar. new avatar. So that's going to set it. Because it's a network variable, it'll propagate to all the other clients. When they try and read it, when they're doing their color change, it will work fine, I hope. Right, so player avatar demo. I can delete, create player avatar, and we can delete this player. Don't need to set the client ID more. Getting that in a better way. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need the last player config yet. I'm making a point to clean up scripts at the moment. So I want the player select UI. We're already doing the spawn avatar. So this now becomes completely irrelevant. What I could also do is player avatar demo. Where's my player data? Demo avatar. I think I might have to turn that into a network object. I'll come back to that. What I'm considering is a set player data method. So get local count spawn avatar. This is probably the place to call it from, right? Because we've got player avatar demo dot possess player. Because we've got the avatar demo, what we could do is play player couch player couch equals then we'll add that, then player couch dot set player data. Haven't created yet. Save. Player couch. Right, so we've got spawn avatar. Public void set player data. And that's a player config. Player config. We do if not is owner return. Then we'll do RPC send to server void set player data dot r set player data RPC. That's going to want player config player data. Do I need the parameters? Let's send them anyway. I can use this as a security check of sorts. I'm not going to bother. Set player data. This is only setting the color. So Oh, hang on, I missed a step. Player select UI dot player avatar demo and player config. This is actually going to, it needs to go at the end after we built it. Going to replace that. Set player data. Should have put them together. So player avatar demo, player demo config. That's going to be set player data RPC. Take both of those. Player config. I think this is going to complain about the player config. I'll probably have to decode it into this. Set player data RPC. We want player avatar demo and player demo. Player avatar demo dot player avatar demo dot public void update settings. We're not actually storing the player config in there because it's just passed to the demo avatar anyway. So we'll pass it directly. Player count. Where was I? Lost my point now. Player avatar demo avatar. Equals no dot set player data. Player data. Did I make that network variable already? Set player name. I don't think I did. Set player color. Player data. I'm going to find out. I have a feeling it's going to complain. I'm going to have to variables. Player config. Oh, hang on. Not player config. It's data. Player avatar demo. Right. Player couch. Where was I? Finished going through. Have a look at the grant code. Okay. I think probably missed a load of positions where I'm updating stuff. Player couch. Right. So I need to update the rest of the spawn method. Start. So I need to do the start game. I completely missed that one. So player couch. Start game is where request control comes in. Start game RPC called from. session manager. It's getting the instance of the couch. Probably want to change that. But it'll still work for now. Session manager doesn't have a start game RPG. We do that externally. So start game calls start game. But the question is, I'm just trying to think through. Let me close the spawn avatar. Start game isn't really start game. I'm going to break this down into 2 steps. First step is going to be hide the UI. Don't actually need to send right. Start game should literally just send the start game signal. What it's actually doing is changing ownership. We don't want to change ownership. So send to everyone. How is best? Already actually cleaning that up. Pull from. So the UI gets start game signal. This sends to everyone, and this can do session manager dot instance dot start game. Session manager dot start game. Oh, I'm already doing it. We don't care about ownership. We don't care about doing any of that because we're doing it in other places. This literally says when a client gets a start game signal, send that to every client to run it, and then it's just blocked so it won't run the second time on the client that sends it. Session manager. So find player select UI. We don't need any of that because that was all to do with network spawning. If player couch instance. So we call the couch because the couch is in charge of doing the start. It's in charge of the network stuff. I'm going to copy over the get local couch instance. Where did I put it? Player select UI. Yeah, get local couch. I put that on the session manager too. And we're going to do player couch. Player couch. Player couch equals get local couch. An object reference is required for. We'll do instance dot get local couch. Oh, hang on. Can I just make it static? Private, static. Anything in it that won't be happy with that? And then we just do if player couch. Yeah, this is much more sensible than what I was doing. This needs to be in a helper script somewhere because I'm using it more than once. Do this is in multiple scripts. A helper. To be honest, just making it public in the session manager would probably do. Then I could do, when I'm finding it in the UI, I delete that. I'll just do session manager dot get local couch. That should work the same. Right, so our start is already covered. But after we've done that in our session manager, we're also going to, when we've done start game, are we just doing start there? Let's go back to the UI. One player. Let's select UI. No, session panel UI. All start game. Right. I'm going to take that out. That's why it was only disappearing on the client. This runs on the person who presses player, but we never get rid of the session panel UI otherwise. So what we need to do is if I remove that, when I go to session manager, when we've got session manager.start game, we'll put it here. Instead of game object, it's going to be session panel UI dot instance public static session panel does not contain a definition of set active instance dot game object dot set active. There we go. And since this runs on every client now, just once, so if we have a player couch, do player couch dot start game. Then we do load first level. Still not taking possession. I should probably put that here. Player couch dot request control. At that point, we look up what request control does. Grant control RPC. Getting there. Everything. Not contain a definition of client ID. Set pedestal owner RPC. I don't think we actually need to do that anymore. That's one of the ones I was making. So find all the pedestals, store the client ID. Yeah, we don't need that. I hope this works. Yeah, here's the one I was expecting. Error, don't know how to serialize player avatar demo. Don't know how to serialize player config. Player config. Fairly basic. I looked at doing this the other day, but didn't get around to it. I don't closing the tabs. As play, not actually stored. Set player data. Player couch. I could literally just send it by. That's going to get. At the moment, that would be viable. I could just read the player config. Then convert it into primitives and then send it. But let's have a look at how I convert network variable. Variable. It didn't complain about the other network variables. What was the other network variables I was doing? Didn't complain about that. It didn't complain about that. So what I could do, when I needed to change the demo avatar, I just where's my demo avatar gone? Selected pedestal. Quest spawn avatar. Set pedestal. The difference with that is I was making the decision of what I want to set on the server, whereas this is actually sending data from the client. So I think when I was looking it up the other day, most of the simple partly in the error message. Blow this up goes to read. Doesn't know how to serialize player config. RPC parameter type must either implement iNetwork serialized by mem or iNetwork. If this type is external, ensure its memory layout makes it serializable by memcopy. Replace player config with force network serialized by memcopy. Create an extension method fast read. Or you can create extension methods for fast buffer reader dot value safe. Okay. Our player data needs to come go back to. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Cleaning up so many. Player config. Here's where we get a struct. Player config, and we want my network serializable. This is basically what the error message is saying. Our network serial, and then we want to imply the ball. Player config. And then we want the string to be a slightly different type. Fixed string 60 bytes. And then int starting money, color. Oh, we can't do struct field initial. We can't initialize. We'll have to initialize it externally. We've got public play big. Oh, this is just constructor. This is fine. So fixed byte 64 name int starting money color 3 2 player config go, and then we want this dot name equals name, or thank you autocomplete. This dot starting money equals starting money. This dot color 1, so on. Come on, autocomplete. This is an easy one. This, yes. This color 3. There we go. And we want we need to network serialize this. So click void network serialize P. I think I shied away from this today because I found an old formatting of this. Buffer serializer P serializer where T not struct I writer serializer dot serialize value ref name serializer. I swear I started writing this today. I think I can't remember why I dropped it. 3 click all equals player config other Autocomplete's got my back this time. Return. Name dot return name dot equals other and starting money. I'm going to multi-line this because this could get and starting money dot equals other dot starting money and yes and yes and yes end. Hang on. This is one I'm not with. Private player config default config new player config save negative 10,000 color dot white that's what I'm going to want to use anywhere. I'm going to leave that as a reference. I'm not actually sure. I'm going to just leave it as a comment because I'm not actually sure where I want to use that at the moment. Less errors now. Creator player config why is that? Um okay. I think we need to either just make a method for it that's just a null check or allow it to take something other than other here. Or of course, they change construct value, their value types. Oh, I also add an extra. I mean that makes sense. Adding a just default is initialized. Probably makes sense. Public bullized. That's not a good. That should be public get private set be more restrictive than the property or index set. Get the formatting wrong there. Be more restrictive than the property or index set. Oh, of course. I just don't put anything. Leave it as is. Okay. I want to make sure this is only sort of changed internally. You do it from the constructor or we'll add a method. I want to add some protection for that. We want the serializer, network serializer where T. We also want serializer dot serialize value ref is initialized and a non-ref returning property or indexer may not be used. Huh? Right, okay. Okay. I get it. Public returns sized. Take the constructor to do so we want bool is in it. Feels like a terrible way of doing it. Probably this dot is initialized is initial. I thought up there we want is initialized where it's complaining about anywhere it's complaining about the null comparison. We'll do that. Player data does not exist. That's because I called it player config. Dot is initialized. Name dot is empty. Name dot to string. Okay. Where's the next bit we're complaining about? Doesn't know how to serialize player avatar demo. This one's going to be harder. Player avatar demo. This is where I have to get a little bit more creative. We shouldn't pass player avatar demo there. Stand up and have a stretch while I think through this. So I passed player avatar demo knowing that this was going to be a problem, but each one has a unique. So messages can be passed cheap, effectively, and without any other nonsense. So when I call this, instead of passing the object, I'm going to pass it, and then on both the client and the server, search for all of them. It's occurring to me that I'm searching more than once, so maybe I should cache the reference. Or that's a performance thing. Back to that. Right. Now, so at the moment, it's called from there. So player avatar demo dot player UI index. Then we've got int player UI index. That request player data RPC. Pass that. Int set player data set player data I'm just thinking about whether to actually store this in Awake. I'll come back to that. We'll optimize later. I just want to get this working. So I'm going to do the same thing. Close that, and that. I want this. Start. We want find them all. Then we want for each. Then we want if add.playerIndex equals player index y player index dot demo avatar dot set player data. Not that anymore. It's pad dot demo avatar dot right. That sends it to the server. That sets the player data on the server. Set player config player data. I don't think that's actually going to work. I think we need to send that to everyone. I need to split the full player data and the color. I don't want to be sending as the object gets bigger. I don't want to be sending like all the data every frame. And when I send just the when I send other values at runtime, like we need to separate that so we're not just spamming everything. But I'm going to hit play. I didn't in network mode. I'm gonna commit this to GitHub as well. Cleaned up network doing. That was much easier to do when I wasn't exhausted. Okay. Giving that a few seconds to sort of start up properly. Start game. I make sure that I get the wiki right order. Post. That. Start game. Paste. Join. Okay. Possess player. And it just right. Player select UI. One player on pedestal. Character select. Player panel. One. Player button. Okay, it didn't update. Oh, and I forgot to the bit I made the note about add control gate, and I haven't actually implemented the control gate. Call it avatar control, and it needs right. I'm not going to worry about setting that up for the moment. I just want to make sure we get this done. But UI player panel, test player button, change the name. One player on pedestal. Date. Added control gate to player while it compiles. Changed method name on test player button. Okay. Start game. Game. Player. And we do again. Fantastic. Okay. I'll set avatar demo to player select camera. Container. Test button. Still says it's me. Oh, wait. Player select window, player panel, individual. I only set it on the one button. I select UI. One player on pedestal. Right. Now we're going to come on player. Check all of them. Check the rides. Rides. Those are necessary. Flexible color picker, rect change. Right. That or exit prefab mode. Game. Host. Game. Join. Null reference. Object reference not set to an instant overload. Player avatar demo line 48. Top value set demo avatar. Come back to that. Best player. Oh yeah, that got very upset. Play. Okay, we're getting there. Let's address that first error. Network variable line 158. Hang on, no. Player count 108. 108. New avatar equals demo. Object reference. Is it the demo avatar that's not null? Or new avatar? If demo avatar equals null, debug.log demo avatar is null. If new avatar equals null, debug.log new avatar is null. Because what we could find is new avatar here isn't being passed effectively. Right. Hey, are you good? How you doing, man? Good timing for the stretch. I've been sitting down too long. I haven't finished yet, but I'm close. I've just stripped out. I spent a lot of some time last night just looking over some of the templates and realizing much simpler ways to do things. So I basically spent the time this morning ripping things out and simplifying things a lot. And I'm now at the point where I'm just putting it all back together. And I'm at the point where I press play and it spawns on one client, but it's not spawning on the other. But we're getting there, and I've simplified it a lot. Oh, oh. So I'm hoping that after putting in the effort to simplify it and refactor it a bit, remove a lot of the extra nonsense. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get it over the line because I have to go out soon. Host S one player on pedestal. Did I do that fast? I think I did do that too fast. I didn't wait for the session to. Yeah, last night I was kind of banging my head against a wall, and I was just in a kind of spiral of making things ridiculous, like putting things in that were convoluted and not really doing what they were meant to do, and spiraling, just adding things more and more complicated. So I was like, okay, I have to step away. Take out 145. Player avatar demo equals. Okay, so demo avatar is not being set. That's fine. Player avatar is set demo avatar. Let's put a breakpoint there. It's not triggering the 50. It's like that's not null. That's not null. Wait. When I create a new demo avatar, don't I need dot value equals new? I'm not going to do that yet. What happened? I think what I probably need to do is pass this by the network object rather than by the player itself. Host. That's right. Demo avatar is not null, but its value is. New avatar is not null. So we're setting a new avatar null. True. Where essentially from where it's called from. So that's called from player couch. That's called on the server. Why is that demo avatar? I'm going to try creating new. So I'm going to hit play. Stop that. Value equals new player. Demo avatar dot value equals R. Let's see what that does. No, the if statements are doing nothing. Right. Start game. Post. Still not set to an instant. Right. How do I do this? Object reference set to. Okay. Let's have a look up how. Or value. Count. Full. I'm getting kind of. Okay. Where am I going to release it? I'm on Steam. I've got added to the Steam partner pro. I got added. I did all the sort of tax paperwork to get added to the Steam, to Steamworks partner last week. The only thing that's really stopped me, like drawing up a store page for it, is I've just been busy this week, and I need to decide on what I want the permanent name to be. Because I put "Play for Freedom" as like a working title. I was hoping that a name would jump out to me while I was working on it, but one hasn't yet. I'm not good at naming things. Right? They usually sound a bit too clinical. Uh, so right. So looking this up, I need to not pass the and not try and set network variable as a player. It doesn't like doing. I thought it was that it was not gonna like it as a player. So we look back at that. No, I'm not going to make it a free game. I'm going to charge for it. I haven't decided how much yet. Um, I particularly want it to be. I particularly want it to be. Like a friend game. So what I'm probably going to do is put like a discounted 4-pack on it and give a load of keys out on Twitch, something like that, to sort of get people like playing it. When I get to the point where when I get a little bit further in and it's like it's got enough to actually play, I'm gonna put out a sort of demo version as well, that as a like ultra early access. Like as soon as I've got basically as soon as I've got this working, that'll just be shared. Like obviously the demo will be free. New avatar and shit. Oh, oh my god. See? Okay, we're gonna. Okay, spawn avatar is new. Okay, so I need to move. First off, I need to move that down to after the spawn. Uh, Spawn avatar equal network. If avatar is null, avatar prefab requires network object. That's fine. Oh my! I put it before my safety checks as well. Set down avatar. Get them actual player block. Get out network object. Get component layer. I don't think that'll work, but that's not enough. But I'm gonna actually hit play and see what happens. Because I'm running into the problem of I'm sending complex data structures over network again, which it doesn't like. Can't just send game. You can't usually just send game objects over network. Yeah, so here's the problem. Right. So here's the fix. Player avatar demo. Right. So first off, demo avatar here. Demo avatar net. Okay. A network variable, network object reference, demo avatar network ref equals new default, and then it's going to have the same permission one. And then demo avatar is just going to become player. Right. Then demo avatar, blah, blah, blah. This needs an extra check. So demo avatar not equal to null. If demo avatar is not null, return demo avatar. Else get demo avatar. Right. One. Get demo avatar. Demo avatar network ref dot value. Try get out network object. Return the player object. So get demo. So what this is going to do is it tries to get the demo avatar. If it's null, it will attempt to find one from the one that's set. Now the template I'm looking at is template I'm looking at just says to like just store it as a network object, but I'm going to access it more often than that. So update color is not null. So set player color, that's fine. Demo avatar, here's where we come in with where we need to actually change things. So in the set player avatar, you need to get the network object from that. Rather than passing it, this is what network object new avatar no. Then we want to do if new avatar no equals null. I'm gonna add a debug.log here as well. Debug.log error. Player has not a valid network object. Right. And after that, we're going to do demo avatar network ref equals dot value. Now, anywhere we've done demo avatar equals, we want to make that demo avatar so the capitalized version. The reason we're doing that is because that will make it use the cached one, the locally cached one first if it exists, and it will use the network set one. Otherwise, it means we're just going to save a couple of searches. Right, an on-player couch set demo avatar now needs, instead of passing it the network avatar, we need to give it network object equals new avatar. Hang on. Already the network object. We'll just pass that on avatar. Right? Get demo avatar. Variable. Try that. Game. Work. Work. Line 55. Let's check this. Right, what did I miss? Oh. If demo dot let's step through, I guess, here. Same. Player index. First is the most likely self is instantiate. Network variable equals network get ref. Oh, I'm missing a line. I am missing a line. Okay. So I'm going to multi-line this. because this is okay. Well, so instead of default, want new. Oh, I'm not missing. Can make that read only though. I am going to leave it multiple. So private network variable get reference. In, that's a use. Put that in. I should probably that. Okay. Eddie Bond. Network object reference. Spawned network object. Right, let's put the breakpoint here. Maybe it's just not spawned. Better defense. Reference. Okay, so we steps instead of demo avatar. Let's just make sure in player couch we are doing things in the right order. That demo avatar is being done right at the end after spawning. Correct. Okay, let's try the patch again. I wonder if it just not compiled. Oh, that's interesting. Quite often when you get in these, the line will never be hit. It's not compiled. Let's detach. Start unit. Okay, we get this a lot where it attaches to the wrong instance because there's two instances open. Play mode. There, right, it's happy now. Now it's unhappy. Okay, fine. Why will that never be reached? I'm gonna hit play and we'll see what the debug gets. Player one took a long time to start then. Okay. Okay, start game. Host. Right. That's not null. Demo avatar network ref is not null. Play. Object reference. That still comes out at. Let me break this into multi-line. That's correct. Break it in. Network object reference equals new network object reference. Then we're going to set that there. I wonder if this is like the like converting vector 3 to vector 2, like trying to set it won't work, but if you set it in variable type, it will convert fine. This one is taking so much longer. It wasn't earlier. Take the breakpoints. Demo network f.value created. Still getting it. What happens when I spawn the other one? They're not going to play nice together because avatar reference. I can control it because if I haven't gated it, that's less of a problem. Oh, wait. That's progress. When I join, we see the other player. And the not bit reference. Wait. We have partial success. UI is being cleaned up properly. That's big progress. Check whether line 64. Oh, hang on. Right, I'm going to put a breakpoint here. I want to inspect the data on the object. Because what I think is maybe it just like it's because it doesn't actually exist yet. It won't actually be spawned, it's spawning, right? So is owner true? Is spawned true? So it is spawned. If not, is server. Only the server can modify the network variable. We're only calling it from the server anyway, that's fine. Already confirmed that. It's not null itself. Oh, that's a interesting thought. Avatar demo doesn't have a network object. Does it need to? No. What else? Avatar network object spawned yet. Reference problem that there's not a network. Must live on a network behavior, and it does throw an error that you've put one not on a network behavior. Okay. Network behavior. Network object parent. Hit play. That's incomplete, but I'm going to see what happens. Post. Yes. And the error has gone. Start game. Copy. Join. Yes. Play. Okay, that works. That one doesn't. Let's do that in the other order. That's big progress. That's big progress. Players now spawning, but doesn't take. I'm going to do it in the other order because I want to inspect the data on second player. If I do start game on player 2, we post on player 2. I'll join on. Yeah. S. That's accidental, but I kind of like that. The controlling player spawns forward and the not controlling player spawns backwards. I think that's actually quite nice. Right, host is fine. Well, that's interesting. I have 2 instances of character select. Player astronaut clone. Which on object. Network object ID is 9. Owner client ID on network. I'm not setting the gate yet. Like, have I gated the? I don't think I've gated the input. I'm gonna have to call it there because I've got an event to go to. I think what I'm gonna do is when I get back from the event, I'm gonna go live again. I'm gonna finish this. But the lobby is working. The ownership is not. So if I go to player couch, where I'm setting ownership. Where's my player couch? Player astronaut. I want the player character controller. Player controller. Look, handle input. If is owner. Catch. Oh, that's on network spawn. I put the callbacks for the buttons in on network spawn, not in... And it wasn't the owner at that point, so it didn't get any. Okay, I've got that. I've got that. I'm going to stop because I have to go to an event. I'm going to come back. I'm going to fix that when I get back. Because once we remove this is owner and add the gate in, then it'll work. That's why we're only getting callbacks on the server. So we need to essentially like reinitialize callbacks. Oh my god, that's actually okay. I'm excited now. Right, I've got to go. I will be back later. Trust. Bye bye. Later, guys. Stopping in. Right, hello, I'm back. So, just a quick recap. Mostly for me because of the break. For you guys watching the junk, I guess. I had an event I had to go out to. Family member's wedding anniversary. So I had to cut, but we're so close that I wanted to jump back in. There's a few sequencing issues on the spawn. We'll get to all of them, but I'm just going to hit play and we'll show off the one I'm going to deal with first because I think I know what the problem is. Now, I added an avatar control gate. Interestingly, the problem is kind of solving the problem could make the avatar control gate just completely unnecessary. I'm going to hit start game. We'll host, and I'll start game on player 2. And I'll copy that code and paste it. Join. Right, join session. Right, so on the left screen, I'm going to create a player. Excellent. Now on... Okay, we've got control of the characters when we really shouldn't yet. Exactly for the reason we'll get to in a second. Right, I'm going to create another one. Right, so the player on the right can't control it, but player on the left gets both of them. I'm going to hit play. When that happens, one on the left is now controlled. One on the right isn't. And these different behaviors are both for exactly the same reason. When I first created this, the player prefab was just the player avatar. The network spawn ran this piece of code on network spawn. This is in the player character controller. And what this does is it subscribes only the owner of an object. It subscribes them to all the different events. There are all the different character input events. Now, on the host, because the host is also the server. When the player when any avatar spawns on the server's the owner. So this describes the servers to its input events. So all players spawned subscribe to the input events on server. Okay. They don't subscribe on clients because the client isn't the owner. Now, when we grant the client, when we add the client in, this is already ran, so it never sets up the event. And that is why host controls both and the client controls none. So we need a gate here, which is exactly what we were going to put in player avatar demo. Avatar control gate. We're going to do control granted. So we're going to do on awake. We're going to do avatar control gate. Why is that not? Avatar control gate. Why are we not allowing that? Doesn't exist in the current context. Hang on. Did I add an everything assembly definition? Unity engine dot. Well, it's because it's. I don't remember which assembly I have to add for this, but we'll get to it. Hang on. Avatar control gate. Save. Avatar control gate could not be found. Are you missing? So if I go to character controller, runtime, and I'm just making assumptions here. Add this. Friend. A separate function to use a class that is one. Can't define I add it. Let's see. Hope if I could spell separate. Okay, so while I think about this, I know I need to add one, but I can't remember which. Input system. Why? It's not that. It's because Unity puts everything in one assembly, unless you define one. But because my character controller is in its own assembly, it needs a reference. And it's platform. Own assembly. Oh, I have to create my own. My game utility. Right, I'm going to have to create an assembly to add it. Scripts. Guard. Create scripting assembly definition. bmd.core. Now I'll have to go to the character controller, runtime, and I'll have to add core apply. And then we're going to go through a load of stuff here. Type of nature could not be found. Are you missing a using direction arena camera? Controller. Type or namespace BMD could not be found. Are you? Maybe I shouldn't call that overlapping name. That's all platforms. Input system does not exist yet, so we'll do input apply. We've got 140 errors. 133. Netcode. Netcode. It's netcode runtime, I think. Code. Blinds. Unity blinds. We're down to 42. PM Pro. Yeah, we've got to add the text mesh ones. Pro. Apply. Down to 26. Services. Services. I think it's .core. Getting there. Authentication. Multiplayer. Old services.multiplayer, I think. Then one of my own. One or more cyclic dependencies detected between assemblies. Joiks. Debug UI. Enemy spawner.cs debug UI. Let's have a quick look at that. Rendering. Debug UI. Is that even used? That's not even used, so we'll get rid of that. Type or namespace player controls could not be found. Arena camera. Okay, some of these I can get rid of. And I need to go a bit beyond .bmd because there's more than one of them. The runtime bmd.character controller. bmd.character controller. And here we get one BMD character controller. Cyclical. I've got the. I can't get rid of the cyclical dependency. Okay, how do I get rid of? Arena camera. I think I did it the wrong way round. Let me runtime. Let me remove that. Let's have a quick look at what that was essentially. Something that I hacked in that should never have worked. Right, player controller dot avatar control gate could not be found. Are you missing? I might do it. Am I actually going to have to? Or do I just implement its function character control? Um, these requiring the third party as and if they're fine. Let's go back to that scripts, BMD. Apply. Character controller. Type or namespace avatar control gate could not be found. This is the last one where I need to scripts, avatar control gate. How do I want to? Let me bring the full script for that. Input controller, control granted. I'm just going to implement all of this into the character controller and then just do away with it. I think that's probably the simplest option. So take those, player, controller, granted, awake, delete that, avatar control gate, that all the errors gone. Asset script like if it couldn't be found. Are you missing fixed string 64 bytes? Which one is that in? Let's finish fixing these before I actually edit the controller. Fixed string 64 bytes. Unity dot. That's not needed. Not included. Hey, Prismatic, how you doing? Fix AI. Oh my god, no. Currently on a 3-stream streak. Excellent. Bear with me a second. I'm just splitting this into different assembly definitions because I needed to call something in a. Actually, if I'm getting rid of the avatar control gate, I can just delete that. And then it will just be happy. RPC, right. Ask AI fix everything. I think I was on the character controller for that. I already got it to do the character controller, so... Oh, hang on. Public. Public. Fix. String. 64 bytes. That's the Unity.collections again, the one I deleted because it said it wasn't needed. It wasn't needed because it wasn't compiling. Okay. Right. There's no point asking it to do player config. This is all boilerplate anyway. What are my other scripts that I'm in the middle of while you drop this on me? There's that. Arena camera. That might be a fun one. Because this has some actually genuinely... this does actually have some stuff I've been changing and doing differently. This one might actually be interesting. Open a new AI chat. And I'll come down here and we'll do... It was... Hang on, I've just double check I've banished the errors. I've banished the errors. So, arena camera. Fix everything. Go. Let's see how long this takes. How you doing anyway, Cloud? Get bonus point? Do you get bonus points for the 3-stream streak? Or more to the point of what I'm thinking is, how long does somebody have to stream for you to get for it to be classed as you joining their stream on a streak? Like if I went live for 5 seconds and you were there, does that count? Could I like go live for 5 seconds, stop, 5 more seconds, and you just farm channel points? Just by like being there for the whole streak? How does that work? One time per day. Oh right, yeah, because it has to like it goes on cooldown, doesn't it? The AI is still thinking about what it's doing. I just need you to give me something, AI, please. Your main benefit was speed. Like, your main benefit was not accuracy. Your main benefit was the ability to shit code out at incredible speed. Because as many as have found out, the quality doesn't matter if the company is making money. The main defects are structural rather than cosmetic. The transform and lens transitions share one timer. That was deliberate. Rune change does not update current camera index. Diagonal analog input can rotate by fractional amount. And several navigation paths can dereference null camera. I've rewritten the transition state so room movement and field of view. It's already annoying me with how long it's taking, and then it's told me the first thing it tells me is a design choice I made on purpose. Okay, so it's kept the misspelled set new transform. That's important because if it's called from anywhere, if it's called from anywhere, why are you giving me the original? I have the original. Yeah, if it's called from anywhere, it would break if it renamed it. So what I should do is I should rename it in Visual Studio. Right. Separate, transform, and field of view near clip transition timers. I wanted them to be the same. The original reused one. Yes, I wanted them to use the same. Transitions are supposed to interfere with each other because it's not two different transitions, it's one transition. It happens together. Correctly updates current camera index when entering a room. Let's make a commit. Fixing assemblies. And then I'm going to see what its code's like. See how many changes it's actually made. Right, it says what else has it done? Correctly updated camera index when entering a room. Current camera index. Okay. It shouldn't update it when entering a room. The current character index is is so that it remains at the same index. When it goes from room A to room B, it should move. If it's at index 3, it should go to index 3 in room B. So it shouldn't update. This is the worst it's done. Like the past couple of times we've done this, it was actually reasonable. Normalized analog inputs or rotations are always 90 degrees instead of fractional stick dependent angles. Huh? But that it didn't matter. It was above 0. Like we already filter the dead zone in the input manager. Fixed transitional completion, 0 duration transitions, and exact final positioning. I'd already done the exact final positioning. Switch rotation interpolation to quaternion slurp. That's probably okay. You had a Bible basher harass me 2 hours after I managed to sleep. I'm on fumes. I'm glad they don't actually bother me around here anymore. They used to. There's a church around the corner, and I used to get like a couple of times a year they come knocking on the doors, just coming and like, hey, do you want to hear about religion? And I kind of treat them the same as I treat other like salesmen for anything. It's like if I come searching for you, great, I'd love to talk to you. You're knocking on my door, you're annoying me. Like it doesn't matter why you're here, you've interrupted me. Go away. And I have a 3-strike system. I tell them no politely, I tell them no firmly, and then I tell them to fuck off. I'm the door. Like, yeah, I don't blame you. I had one once that just would not leave. I can't even remember what he was selling now. I suspect they were a scam because what I found out after he left is there were like three or four of them going round, and like after some neighbors shared like CCTV, like doorstep CCTV, noticed that the guy who caused me a problem he was dressed in exactly the same overcoat and carrying exactly the same umbrella and exactly the same shirts and trousers. So if you gave a description of any of them, they all matched. So it was really difficult to know who it actually was. Unless you're really familiar with the person, it was much more difficult to actually identify them, which was weird. But what I did, I mean, there was a guy, I was working one day, I was just upstairs working. My other half answered the door, and she's telling this guy no, she's not interested in whatever he was selling repeatedly. And he wouldn't take no for an answer, so I went downstairs and I did the three strikes thing. Bear in mind, I'm a big guy, right? I'm 6'2" and I'm quite broad as well. And I give him the we're not like mate, we're not interested. You're wasting your time. And then he just carries on, and I'm like, look, mate, you're wasting your time and mine. Like, just go away. We're not interested. And then he carries on, and partway during his carrying on, he puts his foot on my step. So he's like almost like trying to push his way into the property. And at this point, I can't shut the door on him. So third strike, I tell him to fuck off. I say, get off my property now. And then he turns around and starts having a rant at me that I'm a Karen. And I'm like, are you serious? You're refusing to leave my you're refusing to take no for an answer to my other half. I've come down, I asked you to leave politely. I asked you to leave firmly. Like, what do you expect? And he just, as a go, I said, I'm going to tell you one more time, get the F off my property now. And he still refused. So I physically removed him, and I pushed him backwards, just away from the door. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to hurt the guy, but I just pushed him back far enough that he wasn't in my doorway anymore. And I don't mean like hit him, pushed him. I mean, I literally grabbed him, moved him backwards, and then stood there and went, leave. And he still refused to leave. And his mate had to call him over. His mate had to come over and like pull him away. I'm like, you're trying to sell me something or you're a scammer. Like, either way, this doesn't, like, what are you doing? Like, if you're trying to sell me something, all you're doing is, like, annoying me. If you're a scammer, you're calling attention to yourself. Like, which is generally bad for you. See, I avoid hurting people. I don't mind using force when it's necessary, but I'm like careful not to escalate beyond what is absolutely necessary. But yeah, I mean, I don't I just to this day, like, I don't know what the guy was playing at. I'd have loved to know what went on. I put a message on a load of the like local like neighborhood groups, be like, beware these guys, and a load of other people put messages up as well because they'd seen them. Put some photos. That's why it clicked later that um that they were all wearing like exactly the same outfit. You bear in mind, it was a perfectly dry day, and they were all carrying umbrellas, but they were all the same. They weren't branded or anything. So it's like they'd gone down to the store and bought the cheapest umbrella they could, but all bought the same one that matches. which is why I thought it was it was very strange, very strange. Yeah, it was really weird. I mean, he was trying to sell us something. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like broadband or energy. Anyway, fixed transition, switch rotation interpolation to connect. That's sensible. Use unscaled time so menu camera transition work when time scale equals 0. I'd already used unscaled time. Added fob near clip validation. That makes sense. Added camera component enforcement and life cycle cleanup. Okay. Corrected internal spelling naming errors. That makes sense. Added correctly named set new transform while preserving set new transform to existing unit. Okay, that's actually smart. I like that. That's actually genuinely smart. Let me have a look at what it's done here, right? If I control MO, set new transform, kept for compatibility with existing code, Unity events that use the original misspelled method name. Right? So we've got set new transform, and it's just a wrapper for the one that's spelled correctly. So it won't break the existing ones, but in the future we can use the correct one. Genuinely smart. Like that's actually something that I'm impressed by. It doesn't have the power to do something I can do. Is just click on it and press Control RR, and it will rename all references. Preserve the existing public API. Otherwise, okay, download, and let's have a quick look how many things have changed. I don't know why it's bothered putting a minimum. Oh, because floats can be negative, and we don't want transition times to ever be negative. Okay, that makes sense. Minimum screen near that. Okay, so it's put some extra protections. That's yeah, no, no, mate. I don't want AI viewers. If I wanted an AI viewer, I'd build one myself. You had a funny interaction yesterday. What was your funny interaction? Uh, I love getting the. I love getting the. Um, I think what's quite sad with the bot accounts coming in is that they they still exist because people fall for them. I took a second to clean it up because I usually make a point when I get a bot account I actually report it. Okay, let's have a quick look. I mean, it's fixed my spelling mistakes. This is actually one of the things I like to use AI for. Not necessarily the way I'm doing it now. Is that when I've actually written a script, I'll drop it into AI and I'll say, "Could you do me a code review of this, please?" With a focus on one, code consistency, two, simplicity. Can anything be simplified? Um, and three, readability. There's a blue light event going on. Stood by the cops patting my head. One of them made a joke saying, "I know what you're doing, and most know I'm here." What? Is this? Am I missing the joke there? By the cop's head. I think I'm missing the joke. 'Cause, I think I'm missing the joke. 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 I think I'm m Oh, it's the biker thing. Right, right. Of course, of course. You pat. I don't. Is that just where you are? I mean, I'm not familiar with bikers over here, but over here, drivers tend to flash each other, like the flashlights, to warn there's police. Right, let's have a look. Hmm. There's so many of this that it's done. Uh, that it's done is just because I got spelling mistakes. This is kind of funny. Okay, that's some big changes. I mean, most of it's what it's done here is quite sensible. None of it. It's made a few changes that it's gone against deliberate design decisions I made because it has no idea why. Bikers tap their head. I didn't know that. I'm going to pay attention to that when I'm on the road and see if I can spot bikers over here doing it. Because I've never seen that. Right, I'm going to discard the AI version. I'm going to get back to. Oh my god, where was that? Player controller. And I need to implement the control gate in the player controller. So in player controller, I need a wake and so player controller, awake. So we're going to disable the controller. I've heard some fun stories about police like getting mad at people uh, for warning that there's. I mean, there was a guy. There was a guy here once who he got a speeding ticket where the police were sitting pretty much in a bush, so like you couldn't see them till after you'd gone past. There's a rule here as well that they have to announce where they are, and speed cameras are supposed to be clearly marked. But they'd like sat in like a position. They were scheduled to sit there for like a couple of months, and the guy got done. So what he did is he went. He had some time. Basically, he just went. It was a nice day. He went and sat on the previous bend with a big sign. Like just he was just sitting in a deck chair, like reading magazines, but with a big sign saying "Police speed trap on next corner." And the police got sort of after a while realizing on like pretty much nobody was speeding, sort of eventually come up to him and got mad at him for putting the sign there. And he's like, "Well, speed cameras are there to reduce people's speed. His sign is successfully reducing people's speed. So he's achieved the goal of the speed cameras." And I think it's one of those things that everybody knows, like it raises extra revenue, and quite often they get targets. One of those things like they tell you they don't, but everybody's like, yeah, but it's quite clear from your behaviour you have targets. Like you're going for a certain number of fines. Anyway, so I didn't mean to remove that. I'll put that back in. Right, so avatar gate. So if is spawned or input controller is null, return. So player controller on network spawn. Oh, hang on, no, I'm looking down in update. So if not spawned and input controller is null, return. Bool should have input. We'll take both of that. Avatar control gate, public bool control granted. Avatar control gate, set control granted. into player controller. Now I want to look at the references. So player couch will be new avatar.get component player controller. Requires player controller. Okay. Avatar control gate. Now it's only got 2 references. Avatar controller. So we'll change this for player controller. Control gate equals null. Set ownership. Set control gate. That's fine. So avatar control gate. 0 references. No longer used. So now I don't have the problem of trying to import the avatar control gate into player controller. I'm going to improve that when I actually rework the character controller. Thank you for the reminder. I actually have water for a change. Okay. So that now compiles and it should work the same. It doesn't fix the problem, but I'm gonna just double check that it works the same before I then go and fix the problem. So start game. Start game. Host. Copy the code. Join game. This player. Right, so this player can move. And this player, why does it keep drinking? Right, that can't control anything, and this one can control both. Okay, so the functionality is the same. I too control both. Right, so we're back to the original problem, but we don't need the avatar control gate anymore. Moved avatar control gate over to player controller. So I'm going to set this as public void enable player controls. I need to remember to remove the avatar control gate component. Because if I look, we've still got 1 asset reference. We'll come back to that though. Right. Enable player controls. So this if is owner rubbish. Doesn't work. Public enable player controls. So at the point where I'd done set control granted, we're going to call enable player controls. And actually that doesn't need to be public. Just that one, I think. Then on network spawn doesn't actually do anything anymore. On network despawn. we should remove these. We don't want hanging event subscriptions. There we go. So now we never get any player controls until we set control granted. Oh, hang on. That only if we're not server return. Need to make sure that happens there. We're only setting the variable locally. But we're going to enable player controls regardless. Should I... At this point, there will be an owner. Let me just double check that. Set player control... player count stop. So the ownership is changed before that. So enable player controls is going to also have if not is owner return, because by that point we've set the is owner. If player is then give administration. I like that. Tried to get my last IT department to do that. Because I was working on, because I went to change career. I wanted to get away from just normal coding. I occasionally what will happen is I'll go on a contract or I'll be working in a company and I end up interacting with the IT department. And I find it very frustrating because I'm like, I know how to solve this problem. Like sometimes something will be misconfigured or something will be broken. And I'm like, I know how to fix this, but I don't have admin. Please give me admin. And when I found, somebody else found an exploit to escalate to admin. I'm like, somebody suggested I use that to just go around and fix the problem. And I'm like, no, I can't do that because that's illegal, and I'm not basically doing free labor. I'm not breaking the law and doing free labor. That's just dumb. But the idea is quite cathartic, right? Like that IT's too busy to fix something. Just upgrade your account to admin. Do it myself. Give myself admin. And then just fix everything. Right. Session created. Give the code. So timed admin perms. The place I was at would never have done that. The other place I've worked recently, their IT department was fantastic. Like, guy genuinely cared about doing a fantastic job. He had the manpower and the funding to do what needed to be done, which is actually quite unusual in IT departments. Let's do possessed player here. Right. I can still walk around. Damn it. Oh, I've still got the original. I forgot to delete the original. We actually don't need any of that now. Yeah, the other place I worked, their IT department was fantastic. I'm sitting there one day. I'm like, I need something installed on this laptop. like the first time I was there, and first time I was there, I mentioned I needed some software installed. I mean, bear in mind at this point, my experience with IT is I was the IT admin basically everywhere I'd been. So I already had admin. I wasn't used to having to deal with different companies' procedures for how you get stuff if you need installed if you need them. And I get into one place that was just okay. If you're lucky, you might have it in 3 years after you put in a request, and it's gone through 6 rounds of management. And then this other place I worked was amazing. I just mentioned I really could do with a piece of software, and the guy who was like introducing me to everything was like, "Just here's this guy on Teams. Message him." And he like he basically walked me through the hey, we'll grant you temporary admin, install what you need, just let us know what you've done, catch you later. I'm like, great, great. And I'd say for me, like IT support being delayed is particularly frustrating because I know how to fix it. Right, start game, host, start game, copy the code, join. Okay, no control there, no control there, play. Oh, we got progress. We got progress. Still no control here. Right, do we have any errors? Okay, before I unload this, I'm going to look at player Asuna is owned client ID 1, the other one is owned client ID 0. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch which ones I host on so I can check the inspector. Yeah, I can't have both. So host there. Copy the code. Join. Possess player. Possess player. Going to double check the inputs. Nothing. And play. Right, same result. Right, so let's have a look at player Asuna clone. Client ID 1, client ID 0. I guess we're still not getting the enable player controls. Let's attach to stop this and start it. Game is now called Broke by Game Show. Your host Takeshi. Right, I'm gonna have to put the fan on in here. It's getting hot. Hopefully, it won't be loud enough to getting red hot. I wish the British would learn to not build their houses to just lock in heat now that basically we're not a cold country anymore. Okay, copy. paste, join. Test. Play. Now that's interesting. Enable controls never ran. Set control granted. Let's just double check where that comes from. Set control granted runs everywhere. Sorry, runs only on the server. Right, okay. So what we also want is void enable controls RPC. This wants to be RPC send to dot everyone. And this is on the couch, so we're gonna run. This is where we're gonna call player controller. So I'm gonna remove enable player controls. And I'm gonna make enable player controls public again. And then we're gonna, at the end of grant control, we're going to do enable player controls RPC. And that's going to do hang on, spawned avatar network object. That's the network object. So we do spawned avatar dot get component player controller dot enable player controls. Net player fuck with others' colors. Not at the moment. I don't think I finished setting that up, but they I was considering allowing it at one point. I was considering allowing it because at the moment there's one UI, right? And you imagine this game is meant to be so you could play 2 or 3 on one console. So what I'm thinking is, how do I want my user experience to be, right? Because what it could be is one person goes on the screen. Let's imagine you're just playing locally. You've got all 4 players. One person drops on. So one person drops on, and they set up all the colors quickly. And it's not going to be just colors, right? Because later there'll be a weapon selection, avatar selection. Like there'll be a lot more options. So one person comes on and selects all of it, and then presses ready, and then everybody picks up their controller. The other way I could do it is I could give everybody a controller. You move your controller in to possess that avatar, and from there on, other controllers can't interact with it. And I could do the same thing over network because the network just essentially emulates possession. So I don't know. I think I'll probably make it so like with most games you only have the like control my local stuff question. Like with this, there's there's more than one local player, so or there can be more than one local player. So I'm not 100% how I want to deal with that yet. Join. Possess, play. Alright, we got control there. Null reference. Okay. This error of it, like trying to stop debugging, might be part of this. So let's actually stop debugging it. I think I'm going to restart Unity. Maybe Visual Studio too. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, eventually, I probably don't want net players to fuck with each other, but I don't remember how I've set it up at the moment. At the moment, it's not critical. There's a lot of not critical stuff at the moment. You bear in mind, I'm getting to the sort of the quickest point to get to a playable game loop, and there's loads of like, if you click buttons in the wrong order, things will fall apart, and it's way too fragile, but we can deal with that for the moment. And I just realized I forgot to change something on the player, which is remove avatar control gate. And I need to, in the player controller, add the input. But I'm also going to reopen Visual Studio just to get a head start. We'll open the second editor instance too. Okay, start game, host, there, code, paste code, join, possess player, play. Okay, we got control there. Null reference exception, player count 182. Right. Player count 182. Come on, we don't need a second instance open. Come on. Close that. Come out of play mode. Null reference exception 182. What is that doing? One avatar is not. Enable controls RPC. I think what's happening here is when I first spawn the avatar, That only happens on the server. We never send we never actually send a signal to. We never send the signal to sync that up. Like spawn avatar and everything else is just null. So what we want with that, and this is why we pass an index number from the pedestal. Enable control, right? So spawn avatar, enable control, owner client ID, sender client ID, spawned avatar. Where's the best place to do this? Grant control, RPC, request control, ouch, network object. That's not being used, that's fine. On network despawn. I need to get a reference to this. All right, selected pedestal. Selected pedestal dot set demo avatar. This is where I should be setting the player index, which I don't think I ever actually do. What did I actually on player index change? I am the owner with client ID, blah blah blah. I'm just creating a new one. Instead of player index, player avatar demo index. And when we've got the selected pedestal, do player avatar demo index dot value equals. Hang on, I already have the player UI index. Go equals player UI index. And then when we send to everyone, we're going to do player avatar demo all avatar demos equals find objects by type player avatar demo. Find objects by type player avatar demo for each player avatar demo. Player add in all demo avatars if player avatar demo index equals add dot player UI index dot value at that point, we're going to do it'll work because one avatar is a network object. One avatar is not a network object, rather. Can't just find. I can find the one that's a child because it's already add dot demo avatar dot get component player controller dot enable player controls. And I can do that because it's already, I already did the sync and like dropping the object into that reference. If this works. Start game. Start game. Host game. Copy the code. Join the game. Right, double check that we don't have any possession and then hit play. That's correct. Oh, come on. I catch 188. I'm going to split this into multiple lines just so I can better see where the errors are occurring. Player demo demo avatar equals demo avatar player controller P equals get PT dot enable player controls. If the value equals the one we've saved right, I'm going to put a breakpoint there and we'll step through and check what's happening. Just got to remember to do it the right way around. Okay. Paste. Join. Play. What? Oh, I didn't attach it. It did say 191 though, so it's the demo avatar that doesn't exist? Why? Why does it not exist? We spawned it on each client. Like, start game. Start game. Post there. Join. Play avatar demos. Right. Pad. Demo avatars null. One. And one. Did I save? Player UI index 1. Pad.demo. That's not going to work. Okay, wow. That just... That just completely... I need to rethink this. Oh. On the demo avatar. Why don't I just store the reference on the couch? Okay, so I think when we stored it, let's have a look. Demo avatar. Selected pedestal that's set demo avatar. Right. Spawned avatar. Now, spawned avatar is the network object. Set demo avatar. That only runs on the server. So get demo avatar. So set demo avatar comes in here. Is what we want to do is call get demo avatar. So player avatar demo to get demo avatar. Player couch. So we want to do one avatar's the network object. Set demo avatar. This is gonna do I just leave it on the couch? Enable control RPC. The spawned avatar in the avatar demo is in the form of demo network avatar reference. Read only. Let's put a public reference to this, right? Public network network object reference demo avatar network ref is just demo dot value. Right, so we take the reference, we do that with it. So it's do I want to, when the value index equals avatar demo index dot value, equals that, we're going to demo avatar network ref. So add dot demo avatar network ref. Demo avatar network ref. Why doesn't that work? Public network object demo avatar network ref. I mistyped it, that's why. Don't need value, just try get out network object, and then we're going to do network object dot get component player controller. dot enable player controls. Please work. Okay, start game. Host. Player 2, start game. Copy the code. Join game. Test both players and play. That one works. That one doesn't, but we've banished the error. We've banished the errors. That's fine. There's no errors. Attach. Stop. Play. Oh, player avatar demo dot index dot value is only 1. That's 1. That should. Pad.out network object is null. Add demo avatar network ref. Maybe I'm doing it too fast. Can I? So. Enable controls. Just looking at what I passed for the others. In player index. Player avatar demo. Network object. Set demo avatar. I can pass a network object. Get avatar demo. Not a valid network object. Blah blah blah. Player couch. enable controls RPC. That calls enable controls on the player controller. I know I'm missing something. I know I'm missing something which is probably glaringly obvious. Let's just see, does enable controls actually get triggered? It's not going to. I don't think it's going to, because it's not even getting past this. Um, get rid of that. All right, I'm gonna. What I'm gonna do. Player, that one. I'm completely blanking on. Completely blanking on how to get this. How to get this in the correct execution order. Control granted is a network variable. I moved into the player controller. Set control granted only runs on the server. Can I just register to the on changed? Public override void on network born on control granted dot on value change plus equals enable player controls, no brackets. Hang on. On value change delegate. Hang on. What does it actually pass? Previous value, new value. Right, yeah, of course. On value change. All previous value, all new value. And then I need the on network despawn. So public, no, it's control granted dot on value changed enable player controls, but removing it. And then in enable player controls, do if previous value is false, so if not, and new value. Hang on. If previous value is true, or new value is false, return. So we're doing that because when we enable player controls, if we've set the value for whatever reason and it's gone, like if we set true to true, if the previous value was true, we already return because we've already enabled these. If the new value is false, we also return because we don't need to set it. Right, and then in our player couch, we can just forget enable controls RPC because we're now just registering to the onChanged event, which means it will specifically wait until the variable has actually been updated over network, which solves our network sync problem. It automatically solves the question of am I just not waiting until it's created. Host. Yes! Working! Right, now we just got the room trigger to fix. So the transition to top works. But the new rooms trigger is missing. Oh, wait. It's not wrong. The new rooms trigger doesn't trigger until both players are there. Okay, maybe not. Let's have a look what we've got in the hierarchy. Geometry, Studio Room 1. It is being triggered and it's being destroyed. It's just not sending its signal. Right, I'm going to commit this. Player characters correctly possessed. That's big. That's big. The next thing, the triggers. Now, this was working at one point. Close all tabs. Room start trigger. Okay, so first off, it's always triggering. Right, let's see it how it works if we only spawn in with one. Host. Success. Play. I forgot to put the breakpoint in. Start. Host. Possess player. Play. Right, we get to is triggered, which is currently false. Next step. Try get work component network object. If we're not the owner, return. We are the owner. Room triggered dot invoke no. Room start triggered is null, so there's nothing subscribed to its event. Is triggered. At that point, we kind of have a problem. This shouldn't just room start triggered. Where is it supposed to create the event? I guess. We'll hit play. Current project. Right, on network spawn for the room. If network object is owner, if we're not the owner, return. We're not even. Rooms don't spawn. Rooms don't spawn. Okay. Rooms don't spawn. I'm going to do on network spawn. We'll put a breakpoint there. I'm going to hit stop. Play. Start room triggered. Start room. Network object is owner. Start game. Host. I'm looking for what happens there. Name is TV Studio, so that's fine. We'll skip that one. Console, no errors. Play. And that should have just spawned some rooms. That should have triggered on network spawn. Why did that not trigger on network spawn? Let's run through that again. They already exist, so I don't. Do I necessarily? I'm wondering if I'm ending up creating duplicates. Right, start game. Now, this server is going to be false. Host. Now that's interesting. There was a bit of delay there. That's fine. Test player. Play. Is servers... Is servers false? Is server is not network spawned yet. Is server is on the current network behavior. And it's not network spawned, so it's always going to be false there. Play. Play. Oh, there's like 6 of them. So what I'll probably want is network manager dot singleton dot is server. This will always exist. Play. So instead of checking is it server on the current object, which is not a server until it's done the network spawn, network spawn, play. Room Studio 2. Check that out. Set that out. Play. Is triggered. Play. Oh, yes. Five. It's trying to spawn enemies, but we're getting... Has already be spawned. Hang on. So room is singleton and... we only spawn on the server. But he gets a wake at both ends. Uh, room on level it be spawned as some of its components are network objects, but as it exists on both clients before spawn on level load, how do I handle spawning? Try this. But get errors that it has already been spawned. Then only playing with only post. Did I maybe spawn it somewhere else? No. Both peers treat network object runtime not called self. Loads error makes sense. Netcode game object treat place network objects. Spawns them automatically when network management is enabled. This should not call spawn yourself. On network spawn. Level loads netcode for game objects treats them as place network objects, spawns them. Wait and start happen before NGO spawn in this. Okay, the AI is telling me something which to do something which doesn't work. I'm going to just double check this. So I'm going to stop it spawning. What it says is Unity will spawn like things that exist in the room as network objects automatically, but it's not running on network spawn. That's the TV studio start. So we can ignore that one. Test player. Play. Right. So levels exist here on network spawn. Right. Okay. The level is additively on network spawn isn't running on those objects. So they should be spawned automatically. Load it with Unity normal scene manager load async. NGO does not automatically process those scene network objects as a network scene load. Yes, I've noticed that. All right, Cat. Come on. Come up for a cuddle, kitty. On the host client, don't do that at the network level during NGO documentation says scenes that synchronization with connected clients should be loaded through network scene manager. There's also what triggers processing warning on the scenes in scene network object. So load level, if network loads load level. Right, so the networks, we have to additive, if we're doing additive loading, we need to use the network manager's scene manager. You all right, Kat? I mean, that kind of makes sense. We'll remove the breakpoint there. I'm going to stop that. Stop that. I'm going to bring up the level manager. Close all scenes. Do level load. Right. So here's my problem. Scene manager.load scene async. Need that to be hang on. This is going to be fun. I'm going to keep that line for reference for the moment. I'm going to go network manager dot singleton dot scene manager dot load scene. Loads the scene name in either additive or single loading mode. When applicable, the async operation is delivered with the scene event via the net load scene. It's interesting that load scene okay. After the server finishes loading scene, NGO spawns the in-scene network objects, then synchronizes the scene load with clients. You therefore should not call spawn. That should be it. Cross fingers. Stuckov, how you doing? How you doing, buddy? Long time no see. Long time no see, my friend. How have you been? Right, I'm going to attach again. I'm going to... I just need to double check that on network spawn is running. I'm pretty good, buddy. I'm pretty good. Hang on. What went on then? Ah. I can't just load that. What I need to do is if network manager dot singleton is not equal to null. Hang on, I'm going to just undo a bit of this. And then we'll do if network manager dot singleton What you been up to recently, Stukov? Not equal to null. Else. So what we're doing is, if we have a network manager to do the loading for us, use the network manager one. If we haven't, use the existing one. Start game. Level manager 187. Well, that didn't work, did it? Stop there. Stop. I meant to stay attached. Oh dear. Play. Start. Right. Network manager singleton is not null, but the scene manager is. Okay, that makes sense. Got scene manager. Right, so if I hit play now, start game. That is null, so it's going to use the old one. That's fine. Then we host, which triggers the network spawn for the room. Which is fine. Possess a player. Now hit play. Network manager, scene manager exists. So if I hit play, that loads. Right. I took the breakpoint out. Ah. Yes. It triggered. It triggered. Please work. Please give me enemies. Yes. I'm gonna get owned so hard. Okay, I'm dead. I am so dead. Right, we need to put a died event in. Let's check that works with 2 players. Start. Host. Let's get player 2 in start. Copy the code. And join. Possess player. Possess player. Play. Now that should only move one player's camera. 5, 7, 10. That's fine. I don't know why that decided to shrink itself, but that's fine. I can live with that. Three, 4, 5. Yes! It's working! It's working! Okay, I need to make this livable. Should I put some should I be nice and put some health regen in? Or should we just make this? We'll just make this ultimate death mode. Let's do that. Let's do that. Right, I'm going to commit that. We come out of play mode. Room triggering. Right. Push origin. Now, prefabs. Room building. Start room 1. I'm going to put 2 enemies in there. And I'm going to put 2 enemies in the next room. And 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 2 enemies in the next room. Right, so if I now load level 1 and look at each one, 2 enemies, 2 enemies, 2 enemies, 2 enemies, 2 enemies. Go to the last room. I'm not going to lock the doors yet because I'm going to change the layout. Door dot is exit door. This is where we need some different logic. Because this doesn't trigger the exit at all. But it triggers it for one player essentially. Wrong button. I need to go from the menu. Main menu. Save. Okay. Start. Post. Start. Copy. Join. Test player. Play. Wait. Okay, so there's going to be 2 enemies per room. Both players need to progress before we can actually progress. I'm missing the mid-room camera transition trigger. Oh, what has happened there? I remember what's happened there. There's like a grey background that forms like what's supposed to be the distant border because I'm like building out a lot. It's getting in the way. Level 1, it's what was it called? Background mesh. Oh no, I died. I died. Okay. Bootstrap scene, background mesh, 5, 5, save. Maybe I don't set up the exit. Maybe I set up all the enemies and be like, nah, you can't beat it. Can't beat it. Let's load into level 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set that door as the exit. I'm going to load the main menu and we'll hit play. Host. Ready? Play. If not the host presses play, we have a problem. That's not the problem. I didn't possess any players. And I've not set up the are you ready? The game's intended so that you can jump in and out as well, so it doesn't necessarily have to be ready. Play. Right. You have 2 enemies to destroy here. Once we have, we can immediately go out the exit door. See what happens. Interesting. Is that the correct door, I guess? Room entrances. Door 4. Exit door. On trigger enter. If is exit door and other game object.compare tag player. I think I removed the player tag. No. Well, I'm going to trigger that there. And we'll attach Unity again. I'm just going to start 1 player this time. It didn't appear to do much. I didn't even trigger. Okay. layers, room building, door. Layer is default. Edit, project settings, physics, layer collision matrix. Does the player collide with default? They do. Player barrier. Door script is trigger. That's not triggering at all. This was triggering before, which is interesting. What's different? Right, I'm just going to let the cat out. I'll be right back. Before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh, God. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to let out some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine. It's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's the let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza, need to let out some. Power. Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine, it's just a message. Oh, but what? Right, I'm back. So, inner door frame, door force field visual, player barrier. Player barrier is untagged, but it's in the player barrier layer. It's not even triggering, which suggests okay, before I forget what I've put where, let's go into scenes, level 1. And I'm going to select that door. And I'm going to change it from exit door. Right, I'm going to come out of that. Save. Now I'm going to go into character select. I'm going to select that door. And I'm going to set that as an exit door. Just so that I can test right from the character select screen. I don't need to wander around further. So, door is layer default. Player barrier is the player barrier layer. So let's double check project settings, player barrier. Player and player barrier, right? Okay, that's fine. Player barrier is currently on trigger enter, but it's not a trigger. Let me open the menu. We're going to hit play. I believe it's not a trigger because it's if I remember rightly, it changes at runtime. Open, close, lock. Player barrier.set active is locked. Right, we'll hit play. Start game. Host. Play. If I go wandering up into it, let's pause there. And character select, TV studio, room geometry, room entrances, door 2, door 4 is exit door. Its player barrier is currently disabled. Door force field visual. Is a trigger. Door. Player barrier dot enable. I swear that should be enabled. We remove the visual mesh and then we set player barrier to enabled. Now, Player barrier. Hang on. Okay, let's review this, right? When we want to open the door, if it's locked or if it's already open, we skip it. Set the player barrier active false when we open the door. That gives us nothing to actually trigger anything. Then we disable the door mesh. Doors open. Right, so we actually don't want to set is active. We want to set player barrier dot. I'm just going to double check what it's got on it. It hasn't got its own script. No, it hasn't. Player barrier dot. I'm going to cache some references here. Collider. Player. You know, I'm not going to bother caching reference. Screw it. It's fine. Player barrier dot get component collider dot is trigger equals true. So instead of deactivating it, we change it from a collider to a trigger, which should allow us to walk through it. So set active. So close the door is trigger equals false. And then player barrier dot trigger false. Set parent room, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Now we should find on trigger enter actually gets triggered. Because it includes child objects. Menu, play. Possess player. Play. That did nothing. Try that again. I'm also going to disable the other player because I don't need them at the moment. We're just testing. I wonder if network objects, the child colliders, work slightly differently. Play. Okay, boot. We want character select, room geometry, room entrances, room 4. Player barrier is trigger. it's not even triggering. Check a few things. So I have a door that has a trigger on child object. Player has a character controller. Should the player trigger the trigger on trigger enter? On literally the last thing I need to do. And it was working before, and what I could do is because I think it's just not being passed up the hierarchy. And for setup, I would structure the door like network interaction trigger. Rigid body on the trigger is useful. Unity requires at least one side of a normal trigger pair to have a physics body. Character controller doesn't use a rigid body. Putting a kinematic rigid body on the door trigger avoids mixing rigid body physics into your character controller. Then make the child trigger way. The weapon had a rigid body before and I removed it. Maybe it was just the weapon actually triggering that. Room, door, player barrier, rigid body. So you need a rigid body on either end. Is kinematic. Use gravity false. Right, let's try that. Okay, that's not got it. Private door. Enter. This was working before. Player weapon. No, don't add it. Weapon mesh. Box collider. No, don't add it. Rigid body. Is kinematic. Gravity. No. Come out of the prefab. Play. Sending a rigid body to the weapon just to test the point. No, that's still not triggering it. Player Asuna. Particle weapon. Open that player weapon. That doesn't apply to all of them. Where's the weapon prefabs? Move component. So projectile, move component, weapon, no, rigid body, gravity is kinematic, play. Maybe I'm just thinking back to before I rebuilt, before I restructured the door. Remove component. So let's just do layered signaling. I didn't want to have to do this. Door create on a behavior script. Door trigger. An inside door trigger. We're going to make a public event action, and this is going to be a going to pass a collider on trigger enter going to be really simple. We're going to do void on trigger enter. Already contains, okay, on trigger enter action. We're going to do on trigger enter action invoke other. Right, so, and then on the door, we're going to void child trigger triggered, and we're going to call it collider other. Going to copy that there. We can also make this do the same thing. So it doesn't matter whether it's on this one or it's on a child. And all we've got to do now is in on enable. In fact, we should also find a reference. So player. This is collider. Collider. Player barrier collider. Awake player barrier collider equals get equals player barrier dot get component Collider. How did that happen? And then on enable, if player barrier collider, then we'll do player barrier collider and door trigger is player barrier door trigger. I actually don't need the collider, I don't think. Back to that. Player barrier door trigger dot get component door trigger, making sure to get the one that's on the player barrier, not just any child. And then player barrier door trigger. So if it exists, we're going to do player barrier door trigger dot on trigger enter action plus equals child trigger triggered. You gave the autocomplete, it gave me it, and then it went nah. Private. I don't want the private. On disable. And we're going to do exactly the same thing, but we're going to remove the method. Negative. Right. That is a much better way than the usual way I would have done this. The usual way would have been finding a reference to the parent from the door trigger, the way I would have done it previously. And I would have just made a public method. Doing it by signaling is, like, I think, far more efficient. Hey, Nacho, I am making a top-down twin-stick shooter, bud. And if you bear with me a second, I will show you the layout because I am this close to it working. Fingers crossed I haven't just jinxed myself. I'm just having an argument with a collider at the moment. And as you can see, like, it's mostly placeholder assets for the moment. I'm a programmer, building the functionality first. Art comes later. So all I want to see at the moment is, does this get triggered? Essentially, we're just creating a wrapper that takes any on trigger enter event on a child and forwards them up to the parent. Did a replay? It's 10 years. It cannot be 10 years. Are you still playing Dota? I do remember having, like, I do remember. I don't remember what character you played off my head. Play Valorant. I have not had anywhere near as much time to play games as I'd have liked for the last few years. Although I did make it to ESL Birmingham. You're now between 3,000 and 4,000. Well done, bud. Well done. That takes a lot of effort. And it is not triggered. Damn it. Room start trigger. Door trigger. Did I even place it? Hang on. That says it. Let's detach for a second. Did I actually place it on the door? Prefabs, room building, door, player bar. I didn't. Add component door trigger. Played Necro. Elevator's warning me about not opening. Hi guys. Wow, this was a long time ago, man. A long time ago. Guys, Big Monday here. Today we're doing another coaching video. This is a 1k sub 1k MMR game. Looking at the data buff, this guy is around 800 MMR, so we're calling it about 1k. I love the fact that you're just clicking aggressively in a circle around your character, because I have a tendency to do that. You played with a friend. I played it with a friend at the bit who was one game in. I find Dota a very difficult game to play with friends, unless they're Dota specific friends that are similar skill level. Because the trouble is, when you go from different skill levels in Dota, you'll probably have experienced this now, right? It's a different game at different skill levels. And what I find frustrating is I've tried to play with some friends who are like completely new. And at the time, I was about 4k MMR when that put you in like top 5%, I think. And my problem was if I didn't go for, we would get matched, because let's say I'm paired with somebody who's only played like 10 games. We'd be paired with somebody else who's only played like 10 games. And if I play support, right? So I'd play like with my fiance, and she would play core, and she's brand new to the game, right? So if I leave her, this was back when it was 2v2 lanes, right? So if I leave her, she's going to get absolutely decimated in lane. But if I don't leave her and basically counter the other high skill player, we'll get out carried and we'll get wrecked anyway. Because like the high skill player like would almost always play core. You Divine, almost 5k in 2020, playing 3k lobbies, felt like the thing. It's such a different game at different skill levels. Like up until you get I think one of the things that I found so often from coaching, because like you know how they brought out in the battle pass, they brought out some coaching later, which most people used to just watch their friends play, but I took it quite seriously. I would do coaching, and during that it wasn't specifically low MMR coaching. There'd be like all different skill levels. And one of the things that I found really fundamental to basically everything is basically almost all skill levels that were, let's say, 4k and below could not last hit consistently, even without being harassed, right? And if you can't last hit consistently without being harassed, you're not going to be able to last hit consistently while being harassed. And it's one of the things like that people do not realize how valuable it is to just go in and spend 10 minutes before you play doing last hit drills. And the reason it's so amazingly valuable is not just because you get better at last hitting. That's the minor improvement. Are you familiar with the phrase cognitive load? What it means is your brain can only do so many things at once. Right? It's lit, like you can't do, like there's a limit. So if you practice last hitting to the point where it's a reflex and you're not even thinking about it, you're not concentrating on it, suddenly you're concentrating on, well, what's the position of the offlaner? Where is everybody on the map? It frees your brain up to do other things. So people think, oh, well, I've got to the point where I can get 50 last hits before 10 minutes while I'm super hyper focused on it. So I don't need to practice it anymore. But really, you need to practice it to the point where it's intuitive and it's reflexive. Yeah, it basically becomes a game of which higher MMR player can become unkillable. That's why I didn't like playing it. I wanted to play a balanced game of Dota, but that's impossible. And I find it really difficult to not be competitive, right? So I couldn't. I wanted to play with my fiance, right? Drop in and just have some casual, relaxed games. And every time I try and do that, we'd get destroyed. And we do okay when I do full try hard. If I do full try hard, we're going in and we're like decimating their off lane because unless that was the overskilled lane, we'd just wreck them. But I didn't want to go in and full try hard. I'm not playing ranked. I just wanted some like chill games with friends. And I can't just have a chill game knowing I'm almost always going to lose. That bothered me. 10 minutes of last hitting up really sets me up for a good game, especially on heroes I don't play with. The new AA pack. See, one of the things people don't even realize how good you need to get as well is it's not just like when you start to go beyond just last hitting, you need to go to the point where you're timing your enemy's attack animation time and the travel time of their projectile. My current issue is mental. Do you get frustrated in the game and go on tilt? I actually probably couldn't advise on the game nowadays. Like I haven't played properly for years. Now Legend, I feel frustrated and still queue and lose 10 in a row. That's a shame. That's a shame. I would help you if I could, but as I said, I don't really play properly anymore. I've been to some of the pro matches, because I'm in the UK. I went to ESL Birmingham. That was great. It was fantastic. Although I will say, the 2 years ago one was better. Mostly because of the arena. It was not to do with. It wasn't to do with ESL. It was to do with the arena. What happened is just want 2021 mirror. You was his biggest fan. So when we went to ESL Birmingham in 2024, they gave you vouchers for lunch. You got the VIP tickets gave you unlimited soft drinks while you were there. The food was reasonably priced. And what that meant is between games, you had this sea of fans that none of them knew each other, but they're all just sitting there talking about Dota. And it was amazing. It was incredible, right? It was, and like, there was just this energy. Now, what happened with the arena is they changed their policy on food and drink. So first off, the free food and drink was gone. The food became incredibly expensive. Like a basic like burger and chips meal with a drink was like £25. And to put that into context, I can go to McDonald's and get one for £12, and that's I would consider that expensive. Like, I could go to Tesco's and get a meal deal for like £4. But not only did they make it really expensive, they banned people bringing outside food in, so you couldn't even bring in a sandwich. And what that meant is whenever we got a break between matches, everybody just made a beeline for the door and they'd go into like the nearest supermarket or a cafe that's a bit more reasonable to try and get some food. And it just killed the atmosphere. Like, absolutely killed it. I mean, in the arena, it was great. Yes, it works. Sorry, little. I got distracted by it working. Yeah, it just killed the atmosphere, and that was a little bit. That was really sad because it was one of the things that was so amazing to go to the event previously is to just have this energy. Like I'm not like I'm by nature I'm not very social. I like to just be left alone, and I find big events like that. Um, I enjoy them, but I find them very stressful. But even I really liked the just every time you sit down at a table, there's just random guy gushing about how awesome the previous match was, and that was phenomenal. And it was really sad to see that go. Now I got that with the guy. I went with a friend, right, and I still got that with him. But when you take away the rest of the energy, like me and him could have watched it at home and I'd have had the same thing. When you take that energy out of the arena, why am I there? Right? What is the point if you've taken all the energy in the community away? But at that point, I might as well watch it at home. It's actually a more comfortable experience to watch at home. You've never been to an IRL. I really recommend you go. Like the arena we were at, let's say it was a very recent change. So, like I say, it was outside the control of the event. I don't think ESL could have done anything about it in the time they got like literally a couple of months before they changed the policy. And I think ESL should not go to the same arena next time. They should find a different arena. You're located in India. Well, there's been a couple in that area of the world, but I'd be pretty screwed if it wasn't in Birmingham. I'm 40 minutes drive from Birmingham. Like I don't even have to get a hotel. I consider it every year just out of convenience, just so me and a mate can just stay late and just have a few beers. But both the times I've gone, I've just driven. It's literally 40 minutes away. And it's cheaper to pay for the local parking than it is to get a train. Go to more. I mean, that might be good because there's. I mean, you should be able to get to the American ones quite easily there, right? I'd love to go to the to TI. What I really wish, in fact, though, is if I could get the same comfort and flexibility I get at home with the energy I get out at the event. Because whenever back when I used to watch all the events, I don't follow it as closely anymore. I mostly go to Birmingham because it's such a big event and it's near me. I don't really watch a lot of Dota anymore. But back in like the 2014 and the few years after that, and I used to watch all the majors. I'd take 2 weeks off for TI every year, and I'd watch every match. And for those 2 weeks of TI, I would have the stream on one monitor, two monitors, right? I'd have the stream on one monitor, and I'd have the client on another monitor synced up to the same moment in the game. And that way I can hear all the commentator stuff, but I can also click and look at things that are happening elsewhere in the game. And for me, that is the optimum experience. You bear in mind I've got this big like lazy boy chair where I can like lean back. So I've got both my monitors. I've got a nice comfy recliner chair. I've got like snacks. I've got everything else I need to be comfortable. I'm just missing that energy. You don't get the energy here. If I could, I would genuinely, if I was a little bit wealthier, be happy to pay a ridiculous price to have this comfort and like a laptop with an extra screen in the arena. Like I was doing the math when I was there with a buddy on like if we saw you know how some cinemas have these big lazy boy seats? Like I was doing the math with a buddy, like how much would they have to sell the tickets for to make those big lazy boy seats available and give me like a bench to put my laptop on so that I can have the live game and the gaming client, so I can poke around and look at things. And like even when I've considered like watching it with friends, I've watched a few matches at home with friends, and what I do then is I put the laptop in the living room and I'll put the big screen up on with the stream, and then I'll still have the laptop to poke around on, and then I have a bit of the energy. Uh, Nothing like the arena, but anyway, let's crack on. My little door trigger system worked there. So, enemy barrier, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I need to change the one in the character select screen. That's added door trigger. Hang on. If you ever get good enough to be going to any pro games, you'll have to let me know. I'll make a point to come and watch them. But like, I coach that pro. I mean, genuinely, I did really enjoy I did really enjoy watching. Like, I did really enjoy doing coaching. I enjoyed it as much as I did playing. Like, I loved doing it. One of the reasons, like, I'm looking to get into teaching at the moment because, like, I just enjoy teaching people, and like, I'm looking to do it at university level. So you come in and you're guaranteed essentially the people you are the people that are in the room you're teaching are committed and to the subject and have, let's say, an above average passion for it. Not everybody's like got a passion for it. Some people are just there for the money, but most people have got a decent passion for the. Right, now I need to figure out how I want to lay the rooms out. So we'll do. Okay, I'm gonna move that there. I'm gonna do studio room 1 again. I don't. That's 1, 2. I love game dev. I've been dipping into game dev on and off for years. I've just done a degree in game development. I've taught some game development because I've been programming for 20 odd years, and the foundation programming module I helped teach that. I love game dev. Like, game dev is I enjoy programming. Game dev is when you mix the programming with creativity. Like, you get a lot more creative freedom than you do with like normal programming. Like, I absolutely love it. Right, so I want to get into game dev. I had a CS background, currently working in cybersecurity, AI, so I want to make a game in my free time. What sort of game, what sort of constraints are we working with here? Okay, I'm going to duplicate that, bring it down there. FPS boomer shooter. Not a bad idea. classic Doom. Been playing the recently. I found the genre fun. Um, I remember I played like the original Doom quite a bit. I've not played the up to date Doom as much. It's one of the things that's quite high up on my playlist. Um, and I look like I think Doom's great. Doom is a fantastic game. Go 0, 0. I'm gonna snap this. That's gonna be my boss room. And I'm gonna do snapping. Where's the play grid? Apply grid transform. Snap. 0, 0, 0. I'm gonna have to just manually 0 them. So we want there and there. And I'm gonna put a studio room 1 down at 0, 0. There. Get that to there. Duplicate that to there. Duplicate that to there. Right, step 1, set the spawners for each room. Set the default spawners essentially. Enemy, 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 enemy. I'm gonna maybe just hit that. There we go. Vert. Vert. Revert. Vert. I'm just making sure all these are sort of reverted back to prefab before I go fiddling with them. I use my own engine in Python and got this weird fisheye distortion after trying some basic ray casting. Fisheye distortion. That may be due to field of view. If you calculated the field of view as an unrealistic field of view, like anything that's like way outside the range, let me grab a camera and let me show you what I mean. It also goes in there. If I add a camera to this scene, the camera's currently in the position I'm at, but I'm looking through the editor. If I look at this view now and I change, does it do this essentially? More of a stretch. Could it be? Wasn't like that, was it? center were fine, but as it got to the edges, it became wider. No idea. I would suggest maybe if you're familiar with Python, as if you've got a background in cybersecurity, you be more. I imagine you'll be more familiar with Python than other languages. Have a look at Godot game engine because that's largely Python based. You'll probably pick that up a lot faster. I picked that up in a week over a weekend a few years ago, and I built 4 games in Unreal Engine that took me like 3 months. I built the same games in Godot in 2 days. Is a geom I found it. Wolfenstein 3D is a geometric system where walls appear curved or rounded. It happens because rays are cast at equal angular increments. The distance measured is the diagonal length of the hit point rather than the perpendicular difference. As a community consensus on platforms like Game Maker shows, multiplying the raw Euclidean hit distance by the cosine of the difference between the ray angle and the player's look angle corrects this distortion. Right. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna set all these I'm gonna do a first pass and I'm gonna set the doors to locked. Ones that don't need to be like that are off map essentially. Locked. Door 3 starts locked. Door 2 starts locked. Door 4 starts locked. Door 3 starts locked. Door 2 starts locked. Just bear with me a sec because I need to make sure I don't lose my place in this, so I'm going to have to like go around and double check them all. You're using Dijkstra's to generate and solve a maze, then using raycasting to make it 3D 2.5D, and it was bugging out and a crash. That's fair. I mean, yesterday I nearly did the same thing when I was making this. I got to a point yesterday where I was doing something that I thought should really be simple. But I just couldn't get it to work, and it was really getting on my nerves. Wait, that's a problem. That starts locked. I'll come back to that because I need to adjust the prefab. I mean, sometimes you just have to step away and take a break. Like, it does you good. Step away and take a break. Door, force field, visual. Door 3. I unchecked that and checked it because I'm trying to make sure that it's considered an override, because I'm going to go through and reset the ones in the prefab in a minute. I feel like an editor visualization for these would be really useful as well. Hey, good timing. Wait, where'd my drink go? I'm out of drink. Bear with me a second because I need to go and grab a drink. I need to go and grab a drink, but I don't want to lose my place. I want to finish this row before I lose my place. That one is exit door, and that one can be is exit door. Really, it doesn't matter which one you go out. One, I got a drink downstairs, but anyway, that's locked. Right, and before I forget to check these, door one, door two, door three. None of these should start locked in the prefabs. Three, four, five, and six. Awesome. Right, I'm gonna go and grab something for that hydrate. Just got corrupt. No. Okay, 50 minutes is not too bad. Like, I thought you were gonna say the hard drive was just gone. That would be soul destroying. That would be genuinely soul destroying. Right. And I've lost my drink, so I'm gonna go and grab another drink. Bear with me a second. I'll be right back. Before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No, you bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No, you bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, what? Oh my God! Wow. Where's the? Let's before we do go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza. Need to allow some. Oh, oh, for God's sake! The double. No, you bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, "It's fine. It's just a message." Oh, what? Oh my God. I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza, need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine, it's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza, need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine, it's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza, need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! I saw it as a message. I was like, it's fine, it's just a message. Oh, but what? Oh my God. Wow. Where's it? Let's, before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza, need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You bastard! Tiny offlane, and the enemy went Storm, Undying, Sven. Wait, is triple offlane a meta now? What do you mean they're just the cores? Right, I have the drink, by the way. Don't worry, it's not caffeine. Tiny offlane is not good. I've said this for a long time. Until you're in the top 5% or even top 1%, what is meta will not carry you further what you're best at and you're familiar. That's not how that works. I forgot to put. I forgot. Thankfully, I have some in the bar next. Before we do, go grab my copper platform. Do I need it? Yes, we always need it. Oh God. I just had a full pizza, need to allow some. How? Oh, for God's sake! The double! No! You. Right. Where was I? But all that's really left for me to do is figure some of the spawn settings, have a different selection of enemies. Drop that a little bit more. And there is definitely some remaining bugs. I'm not that concerned about that. It was never meant to be perfect. Right. So our boss room. This is our boss room, right? So configure enemies, enemy boss. I'm gonna make it spawn 2 of those at 5-second intervals. 10-second spawn delay. Right, our first room is just intended to be a like get you used to it. We just want enemies that will do enemy basic enemies. And then in the next room we want to introduce a few different mechanics. So we're gonna do we want to introduce enemies that leave room, enemies that chase the player, and enemies that orbit the room. We're going to spawn 5 enemies at 2-second intervals. Oh, hang on. Let's first room 10-second spawn delay. Next one is this one. For this one, we want to introduce enemies that leave the room but shoot. We're going to spawn 10 enemies for this one. And with a 2-second interval. Now on the opposite one, we're going to do room orbit. We're only going to do 5 of these because they'll stay. So it's slightly harder. Just said hi. I missed it, sorry. So next room. This one needs to get a little bit harder. We're going to add some player chase enemies to this. We'll set a 4-second interval, but we'll spawn 10 enemies. And on the corresponding room, we'll set enemy player chase. We'll set a less enemies, but a shorter interval. So spawn interval enemies. Okay. Okay, next room. I'm gonna make this both of these can be a mix of all 3. So we'll leave room, player chase, room orbit. We'll do 20 enemies this time at a 4-second interval. Oh, hang on. 1 second and 5 enemies. So we'll make this 1 second and 10 enemies. And then on this one, the corresponding one, we'll do the same thing. So 3 different enemies. But we'll spawn a lot more on a lower cooldown. Make 25 of those. And then the next room, oh, hang on, in there as well, we're also going to have a crawler. And this one, we're going to have a crawler. And in this one, we'll have a... No, not there. In this one, we'll have a piggy bank. This room will do piggy bank. This room will do piggy bank. However, this is short interval low enemies. We'll also do a player leave room, a player chase, a player room orbit, a normal player leave, so one without a gun, a player chase without a gun, a room orbit without a gun. This room can spawn 30 enemies at a 0.6 second interval. Its corresponding room will have the same. This can do... Hang on, 1 second. One's supposed to be a lower number of enemies, so 20 enemies. Still the room before the boss, so 15 enemies. Right, and this one will do 40 enemies. 5-second intervals. Now the boss will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 in total. I'm going to put another one in. I'm going to put enemies to spawn 3. Right? This is 11. And I'm going to put a piggy bank in one of those. This means that I've essentially used this as a cheap waiting system. Odds of it spawning just 3 piggy banks are incredibly rare, but it could happen. But there's a good chance it will spawn at least 1. But not every time. Right, now we're going to put the side room. And I'm going to use these as like a stress test room. I'm going to put this on enemy with weapon. I'm going to make this spawn 100 enemies. We'll make it enemy room orbit. We'll make it so 100 enemies over 1 second. Hang on, let's keep the theme on this side. So less enemies, low interval. So 50 enemies at a 0.1 interval. Seems fair. And then the other one here, we'll add some diversity. We'll add crawlers, piggy bank, room orbit enemies, enemies that leave the room. Also do 50 at a 0.1 interval. Then this room, I'm going to copy enemy with room orbit, copy, paste. This one's going to have 100 enemies at 1 second intervals. And then we'll copy this onto there, paste. This one's going to have 100 enemies at 1 second interval. Right. Now, this game is relatively hard, I think, because there's no health regen. So this would actually be genuinely difficult. weapons, players, Asuna. I'm going to give the players a little more health so it's not completely unfair. And we'll call that setup, test, build. File, build profiles. Build, play for freedom, select folder. Ah, failed. Build failed. What happened there? Inspector doesn't exist here. That's just a Unity bug. I'm going to close that. Close and reopen Unity. Building game. File, build profiles, build, play for freedom, select. Come on. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. It's a conditional combination I put in. Right, okay. Build. I think that's going to build. I think that's actually going to build. Hit play. Come on. Start game. Host a session. Come on, don't give me an error. Yes, possess a player. Okay, the colour changing doesn't quite work. But I can forgive that. I don't care. The game is playable. Here we go. Enemies. So, because the scoring has been switched to server, it's not syncing properly over the network. But that's fine. I can live with that. I didn't set these insane, but as we get to the higher levels, they're going to get insane. set up scaled waves as well at some point. Oh no, this one's a big boy. So we've essentially got a hard route and an easy route. Come on. Okay. Oh. Oh, I thought I'd done it then. Come on. Are we done? Okay. Right, we're nearly there. This room is a lot easier because it's got a mix of deadly enemies and non-deadly enemies. Come on, die. Die! The money box should be going up. Yeah, it is recording the score, but they're not synced over the network at the moment. Come on. I just wanted to get to the point where I've got a functional game loop so I can call it playable. Then I'll start once I've got a game loop, I'll start bug fixing later. I just realised this room is missing collision. Because I'm stuck now. I've fallen through the floor. Okay, we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. We're gonna have to come out of that for the moment. This room. Yeah, we're missing collision on one of the floor pieces. Box collider. Box. Okay, and I need to duplicate the camera triggers. We've got camera trigger there. Delete camera trigger 2. Camera trigger 4. Delete 5. 6. Delete 7. Delete. I'm just going to delete those. So we'll do 2. Right, so if I go duplicate, we want not 30, we want 15. There, duplicate there, duplicate to there, duplicate to there, duplicate there, duplicate there, duplicate there, duplicate there, 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 there. Uh, 15, 14, 16. Okay, there, duplicate there. Okay, that should be it. Wider. I'm going to turn the sound up a bit as well. So audio, default mixer, sound effects down a bit, music up a bit. File, save that. Building game. Push. Build. Oh. Thankfully, that built super quick. Host a game. There's a player. Play. Let's go. That's the room transitions working. Okay. Next room. That's better, the room is transitioning properly. Okay. Perfect. Right, this room's a bit slower. Okay, this is the room where I fell through the floor. Oh no, it's not. It's the next one where I fell through the floor. enemy. Okay, come on. It's got to be nearly there. I think I set this room to about 20 enemies. It feels a little bit too slow. Okay, there we go. This is the room where I fell through the floor, and that's behaving. Trying to concentrate a little bit as well because I don't want to, because there's no health regen. Oh no! No, I missed the money! Because there's no health regen. I'm concerned that I might die before I get far enough to finish the game. I need to reduce his health. Like, now I've made him run out the room. Like, he cannot be killed by a single player. Nearly there. I think I definitely need some tuning on this. Oh, that's it. Okay, next room. This room. This is the boss room. Put a longer weight on this. Oh, here we go. Okay, giving him ricochet bullets was absolutely the right idea. We definitely need some affordance that these guys are being damaged. There we go. There we go. I'm going to collect all these. And we have a game loop. Game is finished. Game is so messed up. So's mine! But it works! Whole team gave up. Typical Dota things. Do you know how I convinced? I had a team years ago who we were getting absolutely wrecked, right? As in, we got a Legion commander at 50 minutes had won 0 duels, which was ridiculous because we had Legion commander, Lion, Phoenix, and Lena on the team. And we're like, how can you not be winning duels, right? And we were 25k net worth behind easily. And somebody on my team was like, guys, just give up. But people were still defending, right? And I hate when that happens because what it means is it takes forever to finish the game because the enemy team doesn't know that you're going to give up. Half the team tries to defend and then they just kind of chip away forever. So what I said to the team is, okay, next time their core steps close enough for Legion Commander to blink duel them, throw literally everything on them immediately. Just as soon as Legion Commander blinks, just throw everything at them. By the time the cast delays have gone off, by the time the cast delays up, they'll have started dueling. And I went in as Phoenix and I dropped the Supernova on top. Lion did the Finger of Death thing. Lena did the Laguna Blade. Now, somebody on my team was like, oh no, we're too far behind, we're not going to win. And I said to him, yeah, if they win the fight, the game ends. If we win the fight, we're back in the game. There is no downside to us trying. There's no downside to this sort of, let's organize and have a one last hurrah. And we won that fight. We completely demolished them because they were just not ready for us to come out of nowhere. We won the second fight. Not quite as convincingly because they were a bit more nervous. Then we won 2 more fights in a row again as they were getting a bit more nervous. At that point, our Legion commander actually has some decent duel damage and can start to pick people off, and our net worth has gone back down to like we're all balanced. But always suggest to your team that you do a last hurrah, right? Because even the people who are like, oh no, let's just wait in the fountain, they will join. Because what they expect to happen is you to get team wiped and then the game to end. But if that doesn't happen, suddenly everyone's like, oh, holy shit, we're back in the game. Anyway, I am done for the night. The game works. I have successfully built a game loop that works over network. I'm calling it there because I'm dead. We went from 9:30 to 21. Eileen is just mad I picked time. It annoys me how people get tilted because you pick something weird. Like years ago I was picking Wraith Commander support and people flamed me for it, and like 2 weeks later it was being played at TI. Right? Everybody's like, oh, that's terrible, that's never gonna work. 2 weeks later it's at TI. Like, I didn't practice enough and didn't have the reactions to be pro. I was getting there, but I didn't have the reactions. But I knew what I was doing. right? I knew what I was doing. Right, so I'm going to call it there and go take a break because I am fucking knackered. Keep an eye out on my Discord and wherever. I'm going to drop a link of a playable game build, and in the near future, I'll figure out what I want to call the game properly, and I'll put a Steam page up. And then what I'll probably do is I'll do another stream where I sit there and play the game for a few days and give out some Steam codes. I'm going to see if I can arrange with some Steam. See if I can arrange with some streamer friends of mine to do the same thing. So, like, if I give them a couple of Steam codes, we can sort of spread it around a bit. I want to refine some of the bugs before I do that, but I'm going to take a few days off first. Get it some validation on that menu, so clicking the wrong thing doesn't make the game explode. But I'm happy. It's been a pain in the ass, and I deliberately did a lot of things a hard way, but it's been good. I'm going to do a post-mortem video in a couple of days as well. Oh, but I'm knackered. I'm going to go take a break. You have a good day, guys. You have a good nacho. See you soon, guys. Bye-bye.